buenos días, bienvenidos a ESG Spain 2021 Corporate Sustainability Forum. Es un placer para mí presentar hoy esta novena edición de este encuentro empresarial organizado por Forética, que ya se ha posicionado como el evento de referencia en sostenibilidad empresarial, es decir, de los aspectos ESG, ambientales, sociales y de buen gobierno que afectan a las empresas y que suponen a la vez un reto y una gran oportunidad. Soy Esther Vaquero, periodista y presentadora de los informativos de Antena 3 Noticias, y desde el Grupo A3 Media queremos darles la bienvenida a nuestra casa. Hoy celebramos esta nueva edición desde nuestros platós e intentaremos que disfruten de este nuevo formato. Es un programa de televisión en riguroso directo en el que intervendrán los principales líderes de opinión a nivel nacional e internacional para profundizar en las tendencias y próximos hitos que marcarán la agenda de la sostenibilidad desde el ámbito empresarial. Antes de empezar, quiero dar una cálida bienvenida a los más de 1.800 asistentes que ya nos están siguiendo en directo, no solamente desde España, también desde Europa y Latinoamérica. Bienvenidos todos. Hoy contaremos aquí con líderes
in sustainability, focusing on ESG subject matters. We will have Carmen Artiga, Secretary of Digitalization and AI, with Rodrigo Buenaventura, the President of the CNMV, who will talk about governance and ESG. Also, we will have Michelle Walker, who's considered worldwide an expert in identifying risks, and she is the author of the Grey Rhinoceros theory, and that we will get to know, and very interesting one from the European Commission. We'll have Beatriz Jordi, ETS manager and director. She will analyze the advances against climate change, and also a very interesting debate on leadership on the new age of ESG strategy with Germán Granda, the director of Foretica, and also with Maria Angela Marseille, Vice President and General Manager of Amazon for Italy and Spain, and Giuseppe Chiricati, General Manager of Chiesi, Spain. In addition, we'll complement this view with the intervention of Antonio Gramendi, President of COE, and José Luis Bonet, President of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce. And well, before starting this interesting and amazing day, I would like to introduce the Honorary Committee of ESG Spain that supports this 9th edition, chaired by His Majesty King Philip VI, composed by 42 members I'm going to mention right now. So, Mr. Pedro Sánchez, President of the Spanish Government, or Prime Minister; Mr. Batet, President of the Spanish Congress of Deputies; Mr. Ander Gil, President of the Senate; Mr. Anton Costas, President of the Economic and Social Council; Antonio Garamendi, Chairman of the COE, Spanish Confederation of Employees Organization; Luis Bonet, Chairman of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce; Mr. Raúl Grijalva, Chairman of Forética and Chairman of Manpower Group Spain, Portugal, Greece and Israel; Mr. Domingo Mirón, Chairman of Accenture in Spain, Portugal and Israel; Ms. Maria Luisa Domínguez, President of ADIF; Mr. Alberto Gutiérrez, President of Airbus Spain; Mrs. Maria Angela Masaya, Vice President and General Manager of Amazon for Italy and Spain; Mr. Ricardo Suárez, Chairman of AstraZeneca Spain; Mr. Luis Isasi, Fernando Boadilla, Chairman of Banco Santander Spain; Mr. Pedro Guerrero, Chairman of Bankinter; Manuel Terroba, Executive Chairman of BMW Spain and Portugal; José Ignacio Gorigolzarri, Chairman of CaixaBank; Mr. Eduardo Bamonde, President of Cajamar Caja Rural; Mr. Sergio Menendez, President of CEMEX for EMEA; Mr. Giuseppe Chiricati, General Manager of Chiesi, Spain; Mr. Antonio Arden, Executive Chairman of Enagas; Mr. José Bogas Galvez, Chief Executive Officer of Endesa; Mr. Loreto Ordóñez, CEO of NG Spain; Mr. Rafael del Pino, Chief Executive Officer of Ferrovial; Mr. Francisco José Rivera Esmera, Executive Chairman of Gestamp; Mrs. Cristina Enriquez de Luna, President of Chief Executive Officer of GSK in Spain; Mr. Guillaume Duverdier, Executive Chairman of Heineken Spain; Mrs. Ángeles Santa María, CEO of Iberdrola Spain; Mr. Horacio Manuel Galvez, Chairman of IBM Spain, Portugal, Greece and Israel; Mr. Nurettin Akar, CEO of IKEA Spain; Mr. Alejandro Ñoro, CEO of Illunion; Mr. Javier Urbiola, Executive Chairman of ISS Facility Services Spain; Mr. Juan Alonso de Lomas, Chairman of L'Oréal Spain; Mrs. Alberto Granados, President of Microsoft Spain; Mrs. Ana Argelik, President of CEO of MSD Spain, Enrique Sanz Fernández, Chairman of Mutualidad de la Abogacía, Mr. Francisco Reynés, Chairman and CEO of Naturgy, Antonio Fernández Gallar, Second Vice Chairman and CEO of the OHLA Group, Vanessa Prats, Vice Chairman and General Manager of P&G Spain and Portugal, Hector Ciria, CEO of Quirón Salud, Mr. Iñaki Peralta, CEO of Sanitas and of Bupa Europe and Latin America. And finally, Mr. Jorge Oliveira, General Manager of Solvay for Spain and Portugal. Undoubtedly, ESG Spain has an extraordinary honorary committee. Also, we'd like to thank the over 200 members of Foretica for their support, continuing to position alliances as partners of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, especially thanks to Accenture, Amazon, CaixaBank, Chiesi, Grupo Mutua, Manpower Group, Naturgy, and P&G for the support in this edition. Thank you also to the collaborating media, the Compromiso Consejero, Responsables de Media, and Sociable for the support. So I want you to share this through the hashtag ESG Spain 2021 in the social media, and also labeling Foretica, which is at Foretica. We want sustainability to be trending topic because it's a very necessary challenge that presents itself not just as a need, but a reality. So let's get started by looking for an overall view to face the future of sustainability. And for that, we have today live from Portugal, Raúl Grifara, Chairman of Forética and Executive Director for Manpower Group. So welcome, and welcome to Spain, ESG Spain 2021. Good morning. Also, you chair the Committee in Spain for Sustainable Development. So what do you think is essential to lead an inclusive and green recovery? Well, good morning. It's really a pleasure, and I'm proud to be able to open this 9th edition of the ESG Spain Forum. Welcome to you all. Are on set, and of course there's over 1,800 people that are here, also online. As you're saying, this is the benchmark event for sustainability, so I wanted to thank Germán Granda, the General Manager of Foretica, the whole team, not just for making this event possible, but many different events all over the year that continue to place us as a benchmark, Foretica, in the country. And there's over 200 companies you mentioned with their clusters on climate change and social impact and transparency and good governance make that, every day sustainability is something we are aware of, and we are really changing a country, the world, and our society. You were saying about increasing the ambition in terms of sustainability, and I say that precisely in our strategic plan in Foretica, ambition, action, and alliances, the AAA. We think that cross-sectionally we can find this in all the sustainability plans of the thousands of companies in the world that are, harnessing this momentum in terms of sustainability. And from the chairmanship that I can share in Manpower Group in Foretica, that I share with other people, we had 3 main challenges that are very much intertwined in the ambitions we have. The first one is that the business leaders have to be encouraged from the top management, from first line, to try to foster sustainability. I think in February 2021 we launched in Spain, we created the Business Congress for Sustainable Development. We have 33 leaders that have joined us. Many of them you have seen in the honorary committee, and today, of course, they are our strength in Spain to collaborate and to be able to achieve with different institutions to lead sustainability in our country. The second big challenge we were facing is to bring to Spain this international movement in terms of sustainability. And Foretica here, I think in the last 2 years, we have created a great momentum. First of all, an agreement with which, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, we are the partner in Spain, and this gives us some advantages, some leverage to face the big challenges and actions that are taking place from the HQ in Geneva at world level. Also in Europe, all the big projects that are being carried away in Europe are focused, for example, on Next Gen, where Foretica will help many companies so that in those action plans of each sector we can work also from sustainability standpoint. So I think that is a great challenge too that we have been able to land here to support the different companies in the sustainability plan they have, and thirdly, for the already big progresses in the action plans were climate change, nature and good governance and transparency, the S for social. No, the one that is, remains more laggard. And, here our purpose in creating millions of employments that mean something and change people's lives, we're going to achieve that the four main axes, both in terms of generating equality for millions of people, in terms of access for the employment, or also diversity that we need in all the companies in this society to move faster and better, and even inclusion, right, in the selection process for talent development are very important. And finally, the most important thing, the technology impact and even sustainability impact is of the millions of employment in our countries and in the rest of the world, that, out of 2 job positions in one, we cannot find the talent and the right person to generate employment without all of these skills that are changing, and that we believe that the business leaders and employability, the upskilling and reskilling will be critical to attain the social impact we want to. There are many different things we're working on, Jobs 2030, green jobs for the future, so we believe that S for social will be also crucial in the next 2 years, and we will contribute so the companies can also accelerate in the future the employment. Finally, Esther, as you were saying, with this, this amazing program we have today, we're convinced that each of the 1,800 persons can take some learning lessons with them, that we are leading from the business world with this ambition, with this action, and with these alliances. And that's why, once again, from Forética, I want to thank the thousands of companies and persons that are with us today. And that, of course, they help us generate alliances, action and ambition. So thank you very much to you all, and welcome to this 9th edition of ESG Spain. Thank you very much, Raúl, for the intervention today from Portugal. He's the president of Foretica and executive manager in Spain and Israel. So thank you for your nice, kind words. I'm going to analyze senior management, management strategy, and business transformation. They are all key to move towards a sustainable future based on business commitment. And as hosts, I would like to introduce our CEO, Silvia González, who's here with us today on stage. Thank you. On set, sorry. Thank you for being with us on ESG Spain 2020. So tell us why you believe this forum is relevant and what is Artes Media's vision on sustainability. Well, first I wanted to welcome Foretica for organizing the event, hosting the event, and the honorary committee, the companies that are part of it, the boards of directors, because I think that this is a very important forum to the extent that we will question the best practices and challenge them, and we intend to meet the 2030 agenda and the 17 goals of the SDGs with good practices that will enable us to grow and improve this way. It is clear that we are living complicated times of great uncertainty, where there are more questions than equations. So it's difficult to get to see which is the right solution, and we have to live with this uncertainty that forces us to be more imaginative, to think more, and especially, to what's became the changing paradigm, which is what used to be called value creation for companies is no longer the shareholder, the benchmark, but we have to think about many other things that affect our activity, from the closest stakeholders to the broader goals that a company thinks his role in society should be. So from A3 Media, we think we have a commitment that is even greater. Every day, over 22 million people watch us or listen to us. So we are, well, a news benchmark for them, and also in terms of doing things and thinking. And this is something we take very seriously. We believe we have a very important commitment towards society in the way in which we tell things, in which we do things, and in which we address millions of Spanish people every day. So we believe in the power of reflection and emotion. And we believe in that because we think that it's very important that the society is of critic thinking and free citizens that are faced questions with knowledge, that are able to decide what's good and what's bad. And that is a very important part of our purpose. And also emotion, because there is no story that can go beyond borders if there's no emotion in it. So we have seen we need to have a story that captivates us, that makes us fall in love and be ready to feel. So we are very much committed in our purpose to anything that is or tries to change the world. We are facing important challenges, global warming, the role of women in society, of the groups that are finding hard to find a place in society. So there are different challenges, but there are also opportunities, and we have to explain this opportunity cost, because I think it's very important. And it means the legacy we're leaving to our children. So from A3 Media, all the sustainability world of social responsibility is an essential part of our day-to-day lives. And I hope that from these days we can learn and see what are these new practices that will help us meet those goals. Well, thank you very much, Silvio González, CEO of A3 Media, and for being with us today. And now let's delve into one of the fundamental aspects that we are addressing in the business arena, driving resilient, sustainable recovery. And for this, digitization plays a fundamental role. And for this, we welcome Carme Artigas, Secretary of State for Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation, that he is Secretary of State for Digitization and Artificial Intelligence. So good morning, Carme. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this new edition of ESG Spain, broadcasted by A3 Media. It's a real pleasure to be part of this business meeting that year after year has become a real benchmark for business sustainability in a country. I'd like to thank Foretica for counting on me in this 9th edition to briefly expose our project and views that we are supporting from the government in terms of data sustainability, and also congratulate you for the great job that with your partners you've been doing as benchmark of sustainable development in the business world. We are at a key time for digital transformation and modernization of our country. This is a very special time also with the recovery funds that gives us the opportunity to move forward to the modern, sustainable and inclusive Spain we want to have. This is an ambitious path and a decisive one for the future of a country that is built on two main pillars: digital transformation and energy transition. And well, we have a roadmap for the resilience, transformation and recovery plan, very much aligned and inspired on the SDGs, that is on consolidating Spain's recovery through the territorial cohesion and developing a green and digital economy. This is a project that is very transforming, both socially and economically, with a clear goal, so that this recovery goes beyond an occasional rebound, but it should start a deep structural transformation of our digital fabric and economic fabric, whose main element is sustainability. Digitalization is the lever for change and the bridge towards this new sustainable model. From the social standpoint, for example, with an AI that is ethical, that we are fostering with the Digital Rights Charter or the Social Observatory of Algorithms, or from the environmental standpoint, where the digital not only has to be green, but also it's an enabler that is essential for ecological transition. We are talking, for example, of smart grids, of data analysis, for sustainable mobility, or the design of algorithms that are energy efficient, that we are fostering with our National Plan for Green Algorithms. So here, the public-private collaboration to grow in terms of productivity and internationalization, and this is something essential. So it's time to move forward towards digital progress, humanistic, sustainable, and for citizens. Spain has everything they need to become a world's benchmark of a digital transformation that is successful and with an impact on social reality. Thanks to the effort and responsibility of the citizens, administrations, and companies, we will be able to build a digital Spain that is more sustainable. Thank you very much. Thank you for this important reflection on business transformation with a special focus on the digitization, a topic we will address in detail in the second part of this program. And now we're going to talk about ESG governance. And to do so, I would like to introduce you to the chairman of the National Securities Market Commission, Mr. Rodrigo Buenaventura. Good morning, Rodrigo, from the CNMV headquarters. Well, good morning, and thank you, Esther, for your presentation. First of all, let me tell you how thankful I feel for inviting me to be part of this meeting. We are the 9th edition of this forum about sustainability, and a quick gaze backwards to these 9 years give us a clear picture of how we have changed the national arena of how important the sustainable development is. In 2013, when we started this forum, we were talking about, responsible leadership, social responsibility, the role of public policies in fostering responsible management models. And now we can clearly say that all those concepts are now part of our own DNA, and what used to be a trend is now an avoidable need and a reality that cannot be questioned. Incorporating the sustainability dimension is here to stay, and its influence includes all the economic activities and also the non-economic activities and finances. The situation is similar. We are watching the biggest transformation of public and private finances of the last 30 years, and we have more and more investors, issuers, and also the saving banks that are incorporating sustainability as a core element in their investment decisions and in designing their portfolios. This trend is, shifting the investment services industry in the transformation process towards a new standard. So please let me give you some data to show how important this transforming processes. Thanks to some recent studies, the assets under management in markets that are considered to be sustainable have reached in 2020 the $35 trillion, which entails more than 1/3 of all the assets under management in a professionalized way. That means 52% growth compared to 4 years earlier. The integration of ESG criteria means explicit and systematic inclusion by investors in their strategy for assets incorporating ESG elements. And this element has grown in the last 4 years at a 25% cumulative annual growth. If we analyze by regions, the US and Europe are clearly leading the transformation process, since these two areas include 82% of the sustainable assets portfolios. If also include the debt issues, derivatives, and green bonds, with a global amount accumulated of $948 billion in 2020. We have a clear picture of what that process means, process of transformation towards sustainability. In the case of issues made by a Spanish issuer, we had issued almost 70 million euros in green sustainable bonds, 7 out of 10 issues, which included the green bond, and the issuer was a company or a financial institution. It is clear that in this scenario, and the differential factor for things that happened before, this is part of the solution and not part of the problem. Well, the financial regulating effort has been intense and has contributed to set the path, the right path, so that the sustainable element can come into the picture. Europe has led the biggest part of the regulating challenge. In 2020, the European legislator has enabled a favorable framework to transform ourselves into a sustainable economy. It was in 2014 where we established the first obligations to the disclosure obligations, and with the Directive 2014/95. It was after setting up a common methodology for reporting that information, the supplement on the addendum for that information, and setting up a framework to enable sustainable practices. It was in July this year where the European Commission presented two decisive regulations by setting up criteria to set if an economic activity is considered to be sustainable from an environmental standpoint, and that thus sets a standard associated to the degree of environmental responsibility of investments. And on the other side, review the European directive that will force us to supply to a larger number of companies non-financial information known as the sustainability report, with the same standard for information reporting for all of Europe. The size of the financing we need is a historical one. The European Commission sets in 351 billion euros per year, the resources we need until 2030 by all the European Union to face this green sustainable change. So that entails 30 billion per year for Spain. And it's an amount that can not only be financed with public resources, which are limited, and also on a debt-based financing. Attracting shareholders' equity to help partial financing of the process is inevitable. And it's this point where the capital markets and venture capital will be essential for the success of the reconfiguration of the economy. In 2020, we can see how important the capital markets are. So it has been shaped as something essential so that some Spanish companies could could try and include the effects of the pandemic, or try to shape expansion plans, for example, in telecommunications or renewables. For many listed companies have been able to incorporate very quickly new private equity in these difficult times, and at the same time, and in line with what I was saying before, the European Union has identified the need to attract not just new companies, but also new investors to the capital markets through the initiative called the Union of the Capital Markets Union. The Capital Markets Union is set as a mechanism to channel the savings of an aging population in a context of fixed rate with limited returns for the next years, and reducing this way an overexposure to traditional assets such as deposits or real estate. If we don't change our investment habits, we risk decreasing the ability to finance ecological transition, and also to decrease the available income in Spain to tend to future needs. when retirement comes. So capital markets, including venture capital, the solution suppliers in a context of transformation that is so necessary to lead us to sustainability. I'd also like to mention the role in the CNMV to support the transformative process we are facing. From the regulation standpoint of the financial markets and investors, Spain is having an active role in the European arena. The CNMV chairs the sustainability group for the ESMA, and also we have vice presidency of the equivalent committee in the IOSCO. Sustainability has become one of our main pillars by being part of our strategy in 2021-2022 that we presented 6 months ago. And regarding collective investment from the Commission, we have made a great effort in the last month together with the fund industry with 2 clear goals. On the one hand, to try and avoid greenwashing, and on the other hand, to try and guide the industry regarding the entry into force on the transparency regulations and information on sustainability in the financial sector. But there's still many things to be done in our country. 30% of the assets under management encourages sustainable investment, but just 1.1% of the assets under management is about portfolios made of sustainable investments in their entirety. The financial markets have become an enabler of channeling resources into sustainable investments, being an essential piece of the machinery that enable us to address the urgent need in terms of sustainability. The CNMV wants to be an enabler and to help this way to develop things in an orderly, stable way and protecting the investor. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to Rodrigo, Chairman of the CNMV, for sharing his thoughts about the progress of ESG governance and sustainable finance and investment. Today we're going to talk about climate change, the fight against climate change from the European Union. Last week, the agenda for the European recovery was published, and in that report, it's analyzed how the COVID-19 crisis has had an impact on the sustainability agenda and the strength of the European response. The European Green Deal that wants to transform the EU in the first climate-neutral plan for 2020 is a big shield, and the NGEU funds are giving a great boost towards the Agenda 2030 agenda in Europe, as Foretica reports from the Sustainability NG Hub. In order to have greater insights about this, we have Beatriz Jordi, head of ETS, European and International Carbon Markets for the European Commission, joining us. Good morning, Beatriz. Good morning from Brussels. It's my pleasure to be here today joining this ESG Spain 2021 forum by Foretica. Congratulations. This is an amazing event. I hope everything will go very smoothly. Thank you, Beatriz. According to EU data, 1.2 billion from NGEU funds and the 7-year budget for the European Commission are financing the European Green Deal. Taking this into account, how are carbon markets reacting to the crisis, and what trends do you identify in companies? Well, in 2020, under the European emission right, emissions reduced by over 13%. We all know that 2020 was marked by the COVID crisis. But prior to this crisis, there were significant decarbonization trends identified in the energy industry in particular. For example, in 2019, emissions covered under the ETS market were cut by 8+%, close to 9%, compared to an annual growth of 1.5%. So economic growth with decarbonization of close to 9%. Prior to COVID, there was a reduction to emissions in the energy industry of 15%. There's been a more timid trend in the past, and cuts were close to 1% per year. We know that decarbonizing the industry is quite a big challenge, and therefore we've proposed to increase the funds that may support this task. Close to 37% of the Recovery and Resilience Plan across Europe, which is key for Europe, Italy, and other countries, must be allocated to climate measures, and this is a great example of how they are being used. There are increasingly more projects linked to the decarbonization of the big industry coming forth. 2 years ago, we could not have imagined that there were industrial plants to produce green hydrogen to be used as fertilizers or for cleaning purposes. You've also asked me about the evolution of carbon market prices. That is quite a hot topic. In the current system is working very well, let me say that. Now, it's true that over the last few months, prices have hiked, and that has happened in a global situation, in a global context, where the prices for gas are really high in Europe and around the world. Prices are not set by the Commission, but rather by the market, and this increase is driven partly by high gas prices that make carbon plants more profitable, and the demand for carbon emissions increases. Therefore, this increase is also the result of the greater climate ambition. In December 2020, the European Parliament and member states agreed to reduce our emissions by 55% by 2030, and as stated, Europe wants to be the first carbon neutral continent by 2050. Net zero. The Parliament has already backed this agreement, and that means there will be less emissions available for purchase in the market. European countries can take measures to reduce the impact for users while we speed up the decarbonization of society or companies. And according to estimates from analysts, gas prices should stabilize by 2022. Beatrice, last July, the European Council adopted the European Law for Climate, and the Commission presented the Fit for 55 measures. The goal is that climate, energy, use of land, transportation, and tax policies enable reducing CO2 emissions by at least 55% compared to 1990 levels by 2030. Foretica is monitoring this very important initiative within the climate change cluster, made up of 75 great companies working in 3 axes that are needed for the necessary decarbonization of the Spanish economy by 2050. The relevance of measuring the carbon footprint, the path towards net zero emissions, and integration of risks in climate reporting. In this context, Beatrice, what would you say are the main implications of the Fit for 55 package for companies? Well, that Fit for 55 package adopted by the Commission in July is a step towards the full transformation of the European economy towards a carbon-free economy by 2050. Therefore, this has impact on all companies and citizens across Europe. Now, from the point of view of industrial companies, some of the proposals presented are absolutely essential. Quite obviously, reducing the carbon emissions has more impact for companies operating in that market. Reducing emissions by 55% for 2030 cannot be achieved without making the system more ambitious. We're talking about cement, steel, we're talking about fertilizers and energy-intensive industries. Based on our data, the most effective objective, economically speaking, for the ETS with the right suitable cost-benefit requires reducing 61% by 2030. That would be the maximum level of emissions. Based on our proposal, this very ambitious ambitious goal of 61% for the industry and for the energy industry, in line with the 55% for the wide economy, comes along with measures for the industry and for the transformation. We will continue to protect the industry from carbon leaks risks. The EU and the Parliament decided to continue to allocate emission rights freely, and we have not considered a radical change to that. However, we are progressing towards a system where there will be increasingly less free allocations. There will be certain conditions to be met for that, and we will make sure that they target the industries that are hardest to decarbonize. The Commission's proposal that is now being discussed in the EU Parliament and Council are going to be beneficial for industry as a whole, we believe. Now, walking alongside industrials in the decarbonization is key. We are aware of the cost of decarbonization and the opportunities that surface. The industries are competing in a very harsh market, and our proposal is to double the innovation fund dedicated to decarbonize the economy for sectors underneath the ETS. And we're going to, like I said, more than double the innovation fund. And our proposal also is to create differential pricing contracts for carbon to provide stability to the industry, particularly regarding those emissions that cost money and put innovation at risk. This guarantees investors will be able to acquire and develop technologies that are innovative and are above the fixed price of ETS. We are also kicking off innovative products to decarbonize the industry. I'm talking about the resilience plan, I'm talking about the more regular European funds, and I'm talking about the money that member states get back from the industry, from payments by the industry and the utility industry. Nobody forgets that politics are very important in this package. The carbon border adjustment process, that is key, and that's a measure to counter free allocations. It's designed to put a price on the carbon for basic products that are emission intensive. Initially, in the first stage, it will cover steel, cement, fertilizers, and aluminum, which account for more than half of industrial emissions in Europe. It would also cover the imports of electricity, which are limited compared to the size of the electricity market in Europe, but they can still have significant impact on our borderline markets. For example, imports from Morocco or in the north border, those imports will reflect the emissions linked to the production of this electricity in Morocco. One key aspect of this mechanism is its compatibility with the World Trade Organization rules. This border mechanism, as we call it, is an alternative to the free allocations. In any case, we will provide sufficient time for all affected industries to adapt, meaning free allocations will be phased out when this new borderline system phases in. So we will be gradually transitioning from one system to another in over some 10 years. Thank you, Beatriz. And finally, it's important to highlight that the Green Deal continues to be at the core of European politics as a cornerstone of the very ambitious economic recovery plan for Europe. Foretica, a member of the CSR Europe in Spain, is witness to this. How do you believe the future will be over the next few months, and how can companies and the public administrations work together to promote a resilient European economy on the back of sustainability? Over the next few months, the Parliament and the Council will have to work on our proposals and develop them. Our work will focus on helping them reach a good agreement from different points of view. We'll try to get the best, and we will create measures that catalyze decarbonization. From an industrial point of view, my message is quite clear. Our goal is to be carbon neutral by 2050. We all know that investment cycles are long, and 2050 is not that far off when we talk about big industrial sectors. Investments today will continue to have impact in 2050. Administrations need to work together at all levels, and they need to cooperate with industrials. Decarbonization is going to happen no matter what. It's on us to be innovative and smart about how we go about it and to make sure it's socially inclusive. Thank you, Beatriz Jordi, Head of ETS, European and International Carbon Markets of the European Commission. Let's move on. This morning here at ESG Spain 2021, Forética invites every year some very reputed opinion leaders in sustainability to think about the future. Michelle Walker is a strategist and expert in identifying and managing risks. She developed the gray rhino theory, those obvious risks that we tend to overlook. Her TED Talk has been watched by over 2.5 million users. The gray rhino metaphor has moved markets, created financial policies, and been in headlines around the world. This is Michelle.
Buenos días desde Chicago. We humans are way worse than we might think at dealing with impactful, obvious, probable dangers. Think of a 2-ton gray rhino charging your way. One of these, climate change, threatens to destroy us if we fail to act quickly enough. But we're not condemned to fail. We not only can get out of the way, but we can use the power of this gray rhino to make the world better. Investors who consider environmental, social, and governance factors in their decisions recognize this challenge, the E part of ESG. You see the financial risks of failing to do so, and you see the benefits that can come from investments in the needed energy transition. Your early action has helped others to see that too. Over the last 18 months or so, particularly, money has poured into ESG funds. More and more companies are disclosing their climate risks and impact. And finance ministers of G7 countries recently agreed to require disclosure of their climate risks. Despite these advances, the climate crisis is accelerating even faster than scientists feared, with new record temperatures and increasingly extreme weather. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change now estimates that limiting global average temperature increases to 1.5 degrees Celsius requires reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 45% this decade. Yet, a new UN report warns that without dramatic changes, these emissions will actually rise 16% by 2030. We're on a road to catastrophe. At the same time, the ESG world faces its own gray rhinos. Greenwashing cynics use ESG marketing as a cover-up for business as usual. There are concerns about how effective ESG is and can be. And the size of the challenge can be daunting as governments and banks continue to spend more on fossil fuel investments and subsidies than on the clean energy transition we need. These issues all make it urgent to become even more ambitious in confronting the climate crisis. So what does that mean in practice? Here are a few ideas. First, set aside vague net zero statements and pledges in favor of specific targets, being transparent about the steps needed to achieve these goals and be accountable for meeting them. Second, advocate for interventions that only governments have the power to do, like setting and enforcing standards, putting a realistic price on carbon emissions, and ending subsidies to fossil fuels. And third, push companies to integrate ESG best practices across their operations to reduce their climate impact. The ESG community has been quick to embrace the central goal of gray rhino theory, rejecting denial, and moving toward action. It's now time to reevaluate which actions are working or not to avert the climate gray rhino. Gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Michelle Walker, for your thoughts about the future of sustainability in the context of the gray rhino theory. Now we're going to move on to talk about ESG leadership, and I'm going to introduce Marangela Marsella, Vice President and General Manager of Amazon for Italy and Spain. Welcome. Giuseppe Chiricati, General Manager of Chiesi, Spain. And German Granda, General Manager of Foretica and Secretary of the Business Council for Sustainable Development in Spain. Well, good morning. So, as the General Manager of Foretica and Secretary of the Board of the Spanish Organization for Sustainable Development, how would you describe the commitment of top management in managing sustainability? Well, the top management and boards are starting to see sustainability under a completely different light. And we see it in three layers. Within our board, where different CEOs and chairmen meet, such as the one from Amazon or Chiesi, we see that if it's not key in their agenda, sustainability is in the top, at the top of their agenda. And we see this in our partners. They're increasingly keen to start a conversation, and we have sustainability committees in boards now. We didn't have those before, and now they've become a forum to have the conversation within, and also with the teams of the 200 companies, we can see how this is increasingly becoming paramount to drive sustainability. At Foretica, we're saying that we're moving on from governance with in small caps that just seeks to respond to shareholders and some reputational issues to long-term understanding of social and environmental factors, governance in big caps, and how sustainability supports products and services. Why now? Well, they give us the answers. There's a shift, a social shift. We perceive climate risk differently. Science has proven that the time to act is now, and at the time of appealing talent and call on consumers, we need to add all these factors. And another key point is that, board members always need to take a look at regulation, the European regulation and the Green Deal and the funds that come along are an opportunity to speed up this transition. And companies, of course, are quite ready to jump on the bandwagon and use them. And then, of course, capital markets are making companies eligible for investors when ESG becomes decisive. So this is a call to boards of administration to add ESG into their business the way ESG companies are doing, leading companies are doing, because this is really going to speed up action. That's really positive. Germán, how do you believe that top management and directors are joining the ESG strategy? Well, the Board of Administration must ensure the governance of an organization, and it's a matter of tackling challenges as well. At Foretica, we've been saying this for a long time, and this is definitely the message that we will be sharing. The alarm clock for sustainability has been triggered off, and we must increase the ambition of our challenges. This means that for this decade, we need zero emissions, a zero waste plan. We need to embrace the shared economy. It's because companies that don't have impact, and also companies that are not net positive, they do not regenerate nature, won't fit in the long-term vision that boards are now embracing. So with this ambition, we need to speed up our actions. And we've seen this in the financial industry, but this spreads across energy, mobility, food systems. This requires many changes, a radical overhaul of businesses, changing services and products, and the leadership of top management and directors in this mission is absolutely key. And the challenge is that this fast transition must be fair. We've discussed this today. We must train people, we must train the youth and our elders as well. Everybody needs to move along in the transition. Everybody must be on board. And of course, we must respect human rights 100% in the process. So people are at the center of our agenda, and health is also key. Ambition, action, and partnerships is key. We must be humble. We cannot do this alone. The pandemic has led us to understand that, well, we can do and we can do it, and we can overcome some red tape barriers, and we now understand that we need to work with competitors and act decisively together. Foretica and its 200 partners are going to try to speed up this agenda, seek these partnerships with society, with governments, across companies to transition towards sustainability faster. Foretica is a great example of how together we can reach further. It's a system that needs everyone. When one piece in the gear falls, everything breaks. Definitely, we must work together. That's a new attitude. Mariangela, I mentioned this a minute ago. She's the head of Amazon.
Where do you think are the big goals of Amazon in the medium and long term?
Sure. So first of all, I want to thank Foretica for the invite. I'm very happy to be here today. At Amazon, we are, the customers are at the center of everything that we do. We think that this is not just about selling goods to them, it's about taking care of their life. And in this very moment, the priority is make sure that the planet in which they will live tomorrow is going to be a better one. So we are very committed in using our scale and our dimension to basically make a change and give an example. So what this means in practice, because we need not just vision but also concreteness. There are a few things that at Amazon we are doing. In 2019, together with a global NGO called the Global Optimism, that has been founded by Cristiana Figueres, that is one of the author or the one who made the Paris Agreement, basically. We signed this pledge that is called the Climate Pledge, and is basically our commitment for the planet. What we want to achieve is a net carbon emission by 2040, that is 10 years earlier than the Paris Agreement. There are a number of things that we are implementing in order to get there. So the first one is focus on renewable energies. So we want all our activities to be completely on renewable energy, 100% by 2030, and we are actually earlier than that, so by 2025 we'll be able to get there. And Amazon already became the biggest purchaser of renewable energy in the world. The second thing is electric vehicles. We are, of course, a physical company, so we want all our, let's say, fleet to become electric. We already bought 100,000 electric vehicles, and there are already some few hundreds that are already circulating in Spain. And the third thing is packaging, of course. We move boxes, and as of 2015, we already removed 1 billion tons of packaging material from all our deliveries, which is more or less 2 billion boxes that were eliminated completely by circulation. And we are investing big money. I think it's super important that we put money into this pledge. And we created a fund, a 2 billion fund to invest in innovative companies that are creating innovative technology for the environment. We don't want to be alone. I think the President said this very well, because this pledge is open to all companies. We already have 200 companies that joined us. There are 9 from Spain, and the more we are, the better, and the more progress we can do for the environment.
For a company with the size and complexity of Amazon, in addition to all your work on reducing emissions, how are you approaching the circular economy and the efficient use of your resources?
Sure. This is super important. So I want to say a couple of things. One, Amazon is a retailer, so we sell things directly, but we are also a marketplace. So there are thousands of companies. We have 12,000 companies from Spain, for example, that sell through Amazon. So we think we do have a responsibility, not just for what we sell, but also for the companies that sell on Amazon. So one example of things that we are doing, I'm sure you guys all know Alexa, that is our vocal assistant. So the majority of the material that are used for Alexa are recycled, come from recycling. But we also look at the entire life cycle of the product, and we even try to compensate for the emission of the people that use Alexa. So we really look at the product from a 360 degree. The other example I was mentioning before is packaging. So we are trying to reduce packaging as much as we can, but also try to push the people that use our products to use them in a sustainable way. So for example, people can return their item, but they can do that without packing the item, but just use the original packaging without printing a label, because that reduces packaging and also the energy that is needed to move the customer returns. We are also inventing on behalf of the sellers that sell on our platform. So for example, we recently launched for the companies that sell on Amazon a program that is called Grade and Resell, that basically allow the companies to, instead of sending products that are overstocked to landfill, to just grade them and give them a second life, which is very important. Of course, this is just the beginning of a journey. We will need some simplification as well from a regulatory standpoint to be able to do more. So we need the government to also simplify some regulations, and we want to work together with Foretica in order to achieve that. We are actually working with Foretica to achieve that, because we think that we need really to work together in order to make a difference for the planet.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Angela. Very interesting. Vamos a hablar ahora de Kiersey.
Well, thank you. That's been really interesting. We're going to talk about ESG with Giuseppe Chirati, the General Manager of Kiersey Spain. Foretica leads across 14 companies, including Kiersey, and I would like to know how Kiersey's strategy has veered and how you've become key in the pharma industry. I would like to thank Foretica for bringing us along for such an important event. We're all interested in these matters, and we all need to act quickly. Kiersey is a family-owned pharma company, and we are focused on R&D, and of course, patients are at the center of what we do. All of our research tries to improve the status quo, the existing therapies for the diseases we work on, particularly respiratory and frequent pathologies such as the chronic pulmonary obstructive disease and asthma, and also cystic fibrosis and other rare diseases. And having this in mind, we've started to consider sustainability. First, we've tried to change our mindset. We've always had corporate social responsibility present in our minds, but recently we've shifted our paradigm beyond the business. We've tried to integrate it and inspire this and think about shared value. In all of our actions, we try to do good to the company and do good to society and our communities, and this has led us to become a B Corp. We've been certified with the highest sustainability standard, and for us that's the starting point. It's not the finish line. This leads us to trying to improve our standing every year. And on the back of this, we try to work on our 4 Ps. Ps for patients, at the very center of our actions, products and therapies. We try to improve their lives. People, and this refers to Chiesi employees, and this refers to inclusion and diversity. We've done away with the salary gap across our countries. That was a few years ago. In fact, I'm really happy in Spain. In our SteerCo, we have 70% of women and 52% of our employees, or of our full headcount, are women. I'm very proud of this, and this supports society and the community around us. And P for partners, which is very important. We are very self-demanding, and we ask our regular vendors to be self-demanding as well. This means that our collaborations policy with vendors have changed. We can work with some, but not with others as a result, and we've signed the Interdependence Code Pact. And the 4th P is for planet. We have announced our most important challenge, which requires a 360-degree shift. We've started to work towards this within our company to be carbon neutral. Of course, direct emissions by 2030, and direct and indirect emissions will be curbed by 2050. It is a very ambitious plan, on top of an additionally very ambitious plan by the EU Commission. Yes, and it's actually very close in time. I would like to know how Chiesi, from the top management down, brings sustainability to the core of decision making. Well, as the manager of Forética mentioned earlier, it's a top priority for our company, and it is fully embedded in our strategic plan at corporate level and across all the subsidiaries around the world. It couldn't be otherwise, because, like I said, it's a radical change to all the processes. It has an impact on costs, it has an impact on the implementation, and then this creates a return on our employees and our people. It's really positive. All of our employees are prouder to belong to this company. So it's positive collateral effect, one could say. There's a lot of employer branding when you do this. And our challenge is always to balance patient needs with the environmental needs. They need to go hand in hand. And as you mentioned, we've got therapies for asthma and obstructive pulmonary chronic disease that affects some 6 million people in Spain. Let's say that would be the size of Madrid. Now, many of these patients, some 30% of that 6 million, require devices and medication to control their disease. And you know that aerosols have fluor gas, and we've started a program to replace these inhalers so that we can reduce their carbon footprint by 90%. This will be ready by 2025. We're talking about developing new drugs, and of course we need to go through all the security and safety measures and make sure that they maintain the efficacy. So we cannot remove these inhalers suddenly, because that would entail greater hospitalizations as the disease is out of control, and we would need to use rescue medicine more, and that requires inhalers. So that would not really be a good solution. We need an orderly transition, well planned, to replace these inhalers. So that's just one example. And then as part of our sustainability plans, transparency is key. We've published this. I invite you to log on to actionsoverwords.org that details our plans. And it's great to have a corporate plan, but it's important also to lead by example and make sure all companies and people who want to join can do it, and we provide a great example for society. How has this decision affected the way you work? Well, as I said, you see the impact of this every day. We could be in a hotel or in another hotel. The sustainability standards change. We've changed the fleet, the car fleet. We've moved to hybrids and electrics when possible. That is very common in across other corporations as well. You won't see paper or plastics in our offices. We try to do video conference when possible rather than traveling, and travel has been cut down by 50%. That, together with the great challenges to reduce carbon footprint in the midterm, well, this is going to radically change the day-to-day of our employees. People understand this. It's really positive. It's really positive change. And people are not hindered by this or burdened. Rather, they see it as something positive. And the input from the Chiesi family, our top management, is key. Thank you, Giuseppe, for those very interesting thoughts. To build on this corporate scope, I would like to give the floor to Antonio Garamendi, chairman of the CEOE, the Spanish Federation of Organizations, and honorary member of the ESG Spain Committee. Good morning, Antonio, and welcome to this encounter.
I wanted to thank you especially for having me here today to be part of this 9th meeting. And I think it's very important at this time by fostering year after year corporate social responsibility, in this case in Spain. I wanted to show a special acknowledgement to Foretica, their team, the president, Raúl Grijalva. I think that you work as these goals are setting us, right, by encouraging alliances, and I think that the companies here are leading the way. I think we are the protagonists of the change we are going through. Also, representing the big corporation and SMEs and self-employed, I think I feel very proud for being part of this honorary committee, and I think it's very important that it's chaired by His Majesty King Philip VI, which makes it even, gives it a higher importance and helps emphasize the subject matters we are dealing with. So being part of this honorary committee is an example of how COE supports these kind of alliances and that contribute to strengthen civil society in this country. I think that we have something in common with Foretica, which is, well, an organization, well, that deals with sustainability, with a network, in terms of meeting the 2030 agenda goals. The company has been working the best way possible. I think that right now we have understood that the path to follow is that of sustainability. And this way we show that if we work together, we have to be aware and be clear on how important it is to be headed the same way, all of us. I think that we all know, and we are at this meeting in the 2030 agenda, and it is here with us since 2015, so already 9 years to go until we finish. And this way, both big corporations, SMEs and self-employed, the young entrepreneurs too that are also working a lot, we have to increase our ambition by focusing all of our efforts, which is essential, and something essential with the magic word, which is sustainability. We have to focus on that. And well, this way, and regarding those three aspects, environmental, social, and governance aspects or elements have become the three pillars in terms of sustainability. And I think we have to say that the business has many years encouraging these. And I think it's about time that between all of us, we have to be convinced that those three letters, ESG, is something core to the business, because it is one of the things that contribute the greatest added value, which is the main goal of a company. And all of that wouldn't be as easy if we don't make alliances. That's why we are here. In the case of COE, and the honor I have of chairing the COE, and a company's umbrella, we are a big alliance. We always work in favor of the company, of the business. And we think that the potential of those alliances in terms of sustainability is essential. And I think that, well, with that, we will get to a responsible and real leadership for the Spanish company. And that's why the COE and the foundation will still support and bet on companies, especially for SMEs, so that they can join this sustainability trip. And I think that something that is clear is how during the pandemic, we were able to see how, well, the responsibility of the companies in the worst of times. Everyone saw how the companies became the great lung for solidarity by helping in any way in logistics and even in providing medical equipment. And we were able to see how factories were recycled to create health material. So in terms of subsidies or grants, and what we did in COE through the companies that helped project, which was about enhancing and helping everything that was done by companies, plus the Sumamos effect. With all the autonomous communities about the effect of the tests. We worked so that the vaccine effect was as quick as possible. We did everything we could to collaborate and help for the best of society. So I think that that's the great potential of sustainability with some companies, the Spanish companies, which is very much committed to the country. That's why, and to wrap up, I want to congratulate you for holding this meeting. We'll keep on moving forward together because we have many opportunities, but also many challenges that lie ahead of us. So thank you very much for, letting me be part of this and for being part of that committee. It's an honor for you to count on the COE in something which is essential for the future of our country. Thank you very much, Antonio Garamendi, President of COE, for this reflection on sustainability and business commitment. Also, we have another member of the ESG Spain Honorary Committee, José Luis Moreno, President of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce. Good morning, and welcome to ESG Spain 2021. Thank you, Esther, and good morning to you all. It's for me a great pleasure to address you all in this 9th edition of ESG Spain 2021, which is a meeting that has become a benchmark in terms of business sustainability, and I'm part of this honorary committee and proud to be. I'm a strong advocate of the public-private partnership and also institutional alliances, because if we work together, we will get further. This is part of the DNA of the Chamber of Commerce in Spain. And, the proof of this is the fruitful collaboration that for many years we've held with Foretica. If there's a sphere where cooperation is essential, that is about corporate social responsibility, which is the path through which we can see the commitment of the company with the society and exercising their activity in a sustainable and ethical way. The big corporations have for a long time internalized the ESG elements in their management and strategy, but Spain is a country of SMEs, and the great challenge is to get the SMEs to join us. And it's the only way to meet our goal of transforming an economic and productive model to make it more solid, sustainable, and inclusive. The 2030 agenda with their 17 goals, the SDGs, are a great benchmark framework on which we should set the priority actions for the SMEs, the next generation European funds, and, how they are dealt with in the National Transformation and Resilient Plan, open new opportunities so that the SMEs are consolidated and are more resilient. That's why that from the Chamber of Commerce of Spain, we are acting from different spheres to help the SMEs in their path towards incorporating into sustainability a strategic value in their management. On the one hand, we started the Sustainability for SMEs program, co-financed by the European Fund for Regional Development to improve productivity and also competitiveness of micro and SMEs in general, by adopting a culture favoring the permanent adoption to meet a sustainable permanent economic growth, and also from the Circular Economy Commissions and Sustainability and Communication on the other, by the Chamber of Commerce in Spain, we are fostering different training elements for the SMEs. Such as development of tools to draw up non-financial reports. And I am sure that the health crisis has reinforced the importance of sustainability as a strategic value for resilience of companies and the opening opportunities for business. Also, to be specific on the social function of the company, the SMEs, which in Spain represent 99% of the productive fabric, cannot remain outside of the economic reactivation model based on sustainability. That's why, from the Chamber of Commerce and all of our network, we will keep on working this way. The ability and the momentum of big companies such as Foretica, which are pioneering and leaders in these matters. I have to thank the organizers for the possibility of addressing you all, and I hope you have a fruitful session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, José Luis, President of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce, for this approach to business leadership and sustainability. And now to close this morning's talk, I'm going to ask Germán Granda, CEO of Foretica and Secretary of the Spanish Business Council for Sustainable Development, to give us a final message. So, Germán, what main message would you highlight in this so-called decade of action? Well, the essential thing is that we have the big opportunity. Sustainability has the great opportunity of aligning progress with a positive impact on people and the planet. And here in Forética, we have, well, this group of companies, alliances, national alliances and international alliances to carry out, to move forward this way. There's a team committed with technicians, with a great team that will work with many fantastic teams in the different industries to make this transformation real and accelerate the process. We have a view. We wanted to share it with all the world. And we want the 2050, 9 billion people, which are as many as we are. We have a quality of life within the limits of the planet, and that's why we have to take action right now, and we have to accelerate the transformation right now. It's very important what you're saying, so we have to underline that. Thank you very much, Germán. Also, thanks Giuseppe and Mariana. Thanks to you all. So now we come to the first roll of ESG in 2021. We have amazing speakers from all over the world and here on set. So thank you very much to the over 1,800 attendees who are following ESG Spain Live, sharing their impressions on social networks with the hashtag ESG Spain 2021. I would like to remind you that within Foretica's environmental commitment, the CO2 emissions generated by this event will be offset by planting trees, as we did in the last edition. To do this, you can answer a short survey with a link that we have shared in the chat to calculate the CO2 emissions that we have avoided by making this meeting digitally. And now it is time to make a stop along the way and recharge our batteries. We return at 12 o'clock. Now we're at 11:20 with a second block focused on accelerating action to maximize ESG impact in business strategy. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
...2020, el año que lo cambió todo. Un cambio que nos ha enseñado a valorar lo importante y a entender que debemos avanzar unidos. En Accenture abrazamos el poder del cambio y nos transformamos continuamente para generar un impacto positivo en los negocios, las personas y el planeta. Promoviendo la diversidad, la formación y el bienestar de nuestros equipos, ofreciendo nuevas oportunidades y generando empleo de calidad. Convirtiéndonos en el socio de confianza de nuestros clientes, transformando sus negocios para que sean más rentables y sostenibles, innovando y aplicando las últimas tecnologías de forma responsable. Ofreciendo una rentabilidad sostenida a nuestros accionistas para generar desarrollo económico en toda la cadena de valor. Impulsando la sostenibilidad entre nuestros proveedores. Comprometiéndonos con el crecimiento del tejido empresarial español. Poniendo todo nuestro ingenio a trabajar para abordar retos sociales, mientras apoyamos la empleabilidad de las personas más vulnerables a través de nuestra fundación. Y cuidando del planeta para asegurar un presente y un futuro sostenible para próximas generaciones. Así es nuestra cultura corporativa. Buscamos el éxito compartido, contribuyendo a los ODS de Naciones Unidas. Porque ahora, más que nunca, juntos, tenemos el poder de cambiar las cosas.
¿Qué pueden hacer las compañías contra la crisis climática?
We've got a few ideas.
Ich hatte so einige Ideen.
Alcune idee ce le ho.
Usad energía eólica o solar, o ambas.
Go all electric faster. I dare you.
部屋でできるなら地元でも育てられる。Cultivad de forma sostenible. Es lo que se lleva.
¿Por qué no plantáis más árboles en vez de cortarlos?
Cuidad de nuestra agua.
Mi state facendo preoccupare per i miei nipoti. E neanche ho figli.
I'm only 6, so you figure it out. What's it gonna take for you to do something?
¿A qué esperáis?
El cambio climático nos afecta a todos.
Estamos hartos de preguntar.
Es vuestra oportunidad de hacer algo bueno.
Existe una forma diferente de ver la vida y de entender el mundo en el que vivimos. Una visión que compartimos todos los hombres y mujeres que trabajamos en CaixaBank. Una entidad basada en 3 valores centenarios: la calidad, la confianza y el compromiso social. Valores que hoy siguen plenamente vigentes y son la base de nuestro modelo de banca socialmente responsable. Responsable con las personas, con la sociedad y con el planeta. En CaixaBank ponemos siempre a las personas en primer lugar. Somos el banco español con más oficinas y estamos presentes en todas las poblaciones de más de 10.000 habitantes. Nos esforzamos para poner fin a cualquier tipo de barrera y favorecer el acceso a nuestros productos y servicios. Trabajamos a favor de la igualdad de oportunidades, apoyando la diversidad de género, funcional y generacional, tanto dentro como fuera de la entidad. Y en pro de la inclusión, también intentamos que la educación financiera llegue a todas las personas, tanto de forma presencial como digital. En CaixaBank tenemos la responsabilidad de aportar valor a nuestro entorno y contribuir al progreso de la sociedad. A través de Microbank apoyamos a las familias, emprendedores y empresas que fomentan soluciones pioneras e innovadoras y que generan un impacto positivo en la comunidad. En CaixaBank, a través de la emisión de bonos sociales, contribuimos al desarrollo de una sociedad sostenible, luchando contra la pobreza y fomentando la creación de empleo en las zonas más desfavorecidas. Nuestro compromiso social va mucho más allá de la actividad financiera. Desde nuestras oficinas canalizamos e impulsamos cientos de iniciativas sociales gracias a nuestros cerca de 5.800 voluntarios comprometidos y a nuestra alianza estratégica con la Fundación La Caixa. CaixaBank es un banco responsable con el planeta y una de las entidades financieras líderes en la mitigación de los efectos del cambio climático. Apoyamos proyectos respetuosos con el medio ambiente y las iniciativas que favorezcan la transición hacia una economía baja en carbono. Además, contamos con un plan de gestión ambiental que garantiza la gestión eficiente de nuestros recursos. Así, hemos reducido nuestra huella de carbono en el 80% entre el 2009 y el 2019 y somos el primer banco del IBEX 35 en compensarla en su totalidad. Nuestro compromiso mira más allá del presente y se extiende al bienestar de las nuevas generaciones. En CaixaBank contribuimos a los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible de Naciones Unidas. En CaixaBank escuchamos a nuestros clientes y hablamos de 1000 maneras diferentes para hacer que prosperen iniciativas que mejorarán la vida de las personas, de la sociedad y de todo el planeta. Ese es nuestro compromiso y nuestra responsabilidad. Eso es hacer una banca socialmente responsable. CaixaBank. Banca socialmente responsable.
A veces, la ciencia de la salud puede resultarnos distante, pero sigue una simple aspiración humana: cuidar a los demás, para hacer que las personas se sientan mejor. Este es nuestro verdadero objetivo, nunca debemos olvidarlo. Así que es natural que el Grupo Chiesi sea una B Corp, eligiendo servir a un propósito más allá del beneficio, un camino que seguimos generación tras generación. Por ello, es oficialmente reconocido como el mayor grupo farmacéutico a nivel mundial en ser B Corp. Nos unimos a una comunidad de empresas que cumplen con los más altos estándares sociales y ambientales, con opciones sostenibles, minimizando el impacto en los recursos del planeta y con un profundo respeto por las personas. Un grupo de líderes que usan los negocios como una fuerza para el bien. Ser una B Corporation es más que una certificación, es un compromiso. Es nuestra promesa a cada persona, especialmente a las más débiles, a comunidades, proveedores, instituciones y a las generaciones futuras, para hacer que el mundo sea mejor.
El mundo está lleno de personas maravillosas.
Brillantes.
Especiales.
Increíbles.
Diferentes.
Personas con talento.
Personas dispuestas a ayudar a los demás.
Y nosotros queremos apoyarles. En Fundación Mutua Madrileña apoyamos desde 2003 causas, acciones y personas que lo necesitan.
Comprometiéndonos e involucrándonos con los problemas de nuestro entorno. Queremos seguir ayudando a mejorar nuestra sociedad.
Nuestro mundo.
¿Cómo lo hacemos?
Ayudando a la investigación en salud.
Difundiendo la cultura.
Sensibilizando a los más jóvenes en seguridad vial. Mejorando la vida de los demás. Ofreciendo nuevas oportunidades a quienes lo necesitan. Mejorando el futuro.
Todo comienza con un pequeño impulso que provoca un gran cambio.
Queremos estar siempre ahí, haciéndolo lo mejor posible.
Ayudando a dar el primer paso a una gran idea. Dando el impulso necesario a quien lo necesita.
Siendo el altavoz de las historias que merecen ser contadas.
Promoviendo los gestos que cambian las cosas.
Nuestra misión siempre ha sido mejorar la vida de las personas. No es solo en lo que creemos, es nuestra forma de ser.
The world of work will never be the same. From the moment every job, in every industry, changed, almost overnight, it quickly showed us just how critical, how essential skills are to sustainable employment. It has proven how skills can help us endure, evolve, and even thrive in a crisis. And the world of work will never be the same. We learned that the human spirit can rise to any occasion, that it is resilient, that it will persevere, that it can adapt faster and farther than we ever imagined. We saw that flexibility and productivity can exist together, and that work-from-home models can actually work. And the world of work will never be the same. It has helped focus a bright light on racial injustice that will forever glow brighter, and helped create a platform for women so they can rise higher. It's in this time we learn to have hope that the future is not just another place and time, but a new world of opportunity, choice, and equity. It's true, the world of work will never be the same. We believe it will be better.
Seamos hoy la respuesta del mañana, cambiando el mundo a través de una energía más limpia y sostenible.
Invirtiendo nuestros esfuerzos en abordar los retos de la transición energética, liderando la puesta en marcha de proyectos de hidrógeno verde.
Para que cada vez más hogares y empresas disfruten de una energía sostenible que venga del viento, del sol o del agua.
En los últimos 3 años hemos invertido en energías renovables más de 1.800 millones de euros en todo el mundo. Nuestra capacidad instalada se ha aumentado en Australia y hemos llegado a nuevos países como Estados Unidos con la compra de Hamel Renewables, nuestra primera inversión en este mercado con importantes proyectos en producción solar y almacenamiento.
Seamos hoy la respuesta del mañana afrontando grandes retos como la descarbonización.
Por ello, ya hemos empezado a inyectar en nuestra red de distribución gas renovable, que tiene emisiones neutras de CO2. Y en el futuro también trabajaremos con hidrógeno.
Con nuestro plan de sostenibilidad, en el que ha estado implicada toda la compañía, contribuimos al cumplimiento del plan estratégico.
Seamos hoy la respuesta del mañana, escuchando,
comprometiéndonos,
pero sobre todo, actuando.
...2020... el año que lo cambió todo. Un cambio que nos ha enseñado a valorar lo importante y a entender que debemos avanzar unidos. En Accenture abrazamos el poder del cambio y nos transformamos continuamente para generar un impacto positivo en los negocios, las personas y el planeta. Promoviendo la diversidad, la formación y el bienestar de nuestros equipos, ofreciendo nuevas oportunidades y generando empleo de calidad. Convirtiéndonos en el socio de confianza de nuestros clientes, transformando sus negocios para que sean más rentables y sostenibles, innovando y aplicando las últimas tecnologías de forma responsable. Ofreciendo una rentabilidad sostenida a nuestros accionistas para generar desarrollo económico en toda la cadena de valor. Impulsando la sostenibilidad entre nuestros proveedores. Comprometiéndonos con el crecimiento del tejido empresarial español. Poniendo todo nuestro ingenio a trabajar para abordar retos sociales, mientras apoyamos la empleabilidad de las personas más vulnerables a través de nuestra fundación. Y cuidando del planeta para asegurar un presente y un futuro sostenible para próximas generaciones. Así es nuestra cultura corporativa. Buscamos el éxito compartido, contribuyendo a los ODS de Naciones Unidas. Porque ahora, más que nunca, juntos, tenemos el poder de cambiar las cosas.
¿Qué pueden hacer las compañías contra la crisis climática?
We've got a few ideas.
Ich hatte so einige Ideen.
Alcune idee ce le ho.
Usad energía eólica o solar, o ambas.
Go all electric faster. I dare you.
部屋でできるなら地元でも育てられる。Cultivad de forma sostenible. Es lo que se lleva.
¿Por qué no plantáis más árboles en vez de cortarlos?
¡Cuidad de nuestra agua!
Mi state facendo preoccupare per i miei nipoti. E neanche ho figli.
I'm only 6, so you figure it out. What's it gonna take for you to do something?
¿A qué esperáis?
El cambio climático nos afecta a todos.
Estamos hartos de preguntar.
Es vuestra oportunidad de hacer algo bueno.
Existe una forma diferente de ver la vida y de entender el mundo en el que vivimos. Una visión que compartimos todos los hombres y mujeres que trabajamos en CaixaBank. Una entidad basada en 3 valores centenarios: la calidad, la confianza y el compromiso social. Valores que hoy siguen plenamente vigentes y son la base de nuestro modelo de banca socialmente responsable. Responsable con las personas, con la sociedad y con el planeta. En CaixaBank ponemos siempre a las personas en primer lugar. Somos el banco español con más oficinas y estamos presentes en todas las poblaciones de más de 10.000 habitantes. Nos esforzamos para poner fin a cualquier tipo de barrera y favorecer el acceso a nuestros productos y servicios. Trabajamos a favor de la igualdad de oportunidades, apoyando la diversidad de género, funcional y generacional, tanto dentro como fuera de la entidad. Y en pro de la inclusión, también intentamos que la educación financiera llegue a todas las personas, tanto de forma presencial como digital. En CaixaBank tenemos la responsabilidad de aportar valor a nuestro entorno y contribuir al progreso de la sociedad. A través de Microbank apoyamos a las familias, emprendedores y empresas que fomentan soluciones pioneras e innovadoras y que generan un impacto positivo en la comunidad. En CaixaBank, a través de la emisión de bonos sociales, contribuimos al desarrollo de una sociedad sostenible, luchando contra la pobreza y fomentando la creación de empleo en las zonas más desfavorecidas. Nuestro compromiso social va mucho más allá de la actividad financiera. Desde nuestras oficinas canalizamos e impulsamos cientos de iniciativas sociales gracias a nuestros cerca de 5.800 voluntarios comprometidos y a nuestra alianza estratégica con la Fundación La Caixa. CaixaBank es un banco responsable con el planeta y una de las entidades financieras líderes en la mitigación de los efectos del cambio climático. Apoyamos proyectos respetuosos con el medio ambiente y las iniciativas que favorezcan la transición hacia una economía baja en carbono. Además, contamos con un plan de gestión ambiental que garantiza la gestión eficiente de nuestros recursos. Así, hemos reducido nuestra huella de carbono en el 80% entre el 2009 y el 2019 y somos el primer banco del IBEX 35 en compensarla en su totalidad. Nuestro compromiso mira más allá del presente y se extiende al bienestar de las nuevas generaciones. En CaixaBank contribuimos a los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible de Naciones Unidas. En CaixaBank escuchamos a nuestros clientes y hablamos de 1000 maneras diferentes para hacer que prosperen iniciativas que mejorarán la vida de las personas, de la sociedad y de todo el planeta. Ese es nuestro compromiso y nuestra responsabilidad. Eso es hacer una banca socialmente responsable. CaixaBank. Banca socialmente responsable.
A veces, la ciencia de la salud puede resultarnos distante, pero sigue una simple aspiración humana: cuidar a los demás. Para hacer que las personas se sientan mejor. Este es nuestro verdadero objetivo. Nunca debemos olvidarlo. Así que es natural que el Grupo Chiesi sea una B Corp, eligiendo servir a un propósito más allá del beneficio, un camino que seguimos generación tras generación. Por ello, es oficialmente reconocido como el mayor grupo farmacéutico a nivel mundial en ser B Corp. Nos unimos a una comunidad de empresas que cumplen con los más altos estándares sociales y ambientales, con opciones sostenibles, minimizando el impacto en los recursos del planeta y con un profundo respeto por las personas. Un grupo de líderes que usan los negocios como una fuerza para el bien. Ser una B Corporation es más que una certificación, es un compromiso. Es nuestra promesa a cada persona, especialmente a las más débiles, a comunidades, proveedores, instituciones y a las generaciones futuras, para hacer que el mundo sea mejor.
El mundo está lleno de personas maravillosas,
Brillantes,
especiales,
increíbles,
diferentes,
personas con talento.
personas dispuestas a ayudar a los demás.
Y nosotros queremos apoyarles. En Fundación Mutua Madrileña apoyamos desde 2003 causas, acciones y personas que lo necesitan.
Comprometiéndonos e involucrándonos con los problemas de nuestro entorno, queremos seguir ayudando a mejorar nuestra sociedad,
nuestro mundo.
¿Cómo lo hacemos?
Ayudando a la investigación en salud.
Difundiendo la cultura.
Sensibilizando a los más jóvenes en seguridad vial. Mejorando la vida de los demás. Ofreciendo nuevas oportunidades a quienes lo necesitan. Mejorando el futuro.
Todo comienza con un pequeño impulso que provoca un gran cambio.
Queremos estar siempre ahí, haciéndolo lo mejor posible.
Ayudando a dar el primer paso a una gran idea. Dando el impulso necesario a quien lo necesita.
Siendo el altavoz de las historias que merecen ser contadas.
Promoviendo los gestos que cambian las cosas.
Nuestra misión siempre ha sido mejorar la vida de las personas. No es solo en lo que creemos, es nuestra forma de ser.
The world of work will never be the same. From the moment every job, in every industry, changed, almost overnight, it quickly showed us just how critical, how essential skills are to sustainable employment. It has proven how skills can help us endure, evolve, and even thrive in a crisis. And the world of work will never be the same. We learned that the human spirit can rise to any occasion, that it is resilient, that it will persevere, that it can adapt faster and farther than we ever imagined. We saw that flexibility and productivity can exist together, and that work-from-home models can actually work. And the world of work will never be the same. It has helped focus a bright light on racial injustice that will forever glow brighter, and helped create a platform for women so they can rise higher. It's in this time we learn to have hope that the future is not just another place and time, but a new world of opportunity, choice, and equity. It's true, the world of work will never be the same. We believe it will be better.
Seamos hoy la respuesta del mañana, cambiando el mundo a través de una energía más limpia y sostenible.
Invirtiendo nuestros esfuerzos en abordar los retos de la transición energética, liderando la puesta en marcha de proyectos de hidrógeno verde.
Para que cada vez más hogares y empresas disfruten de una energía sostenible que venga del viento, del sol o del agua.
En los últimos 3 años hemos invertido en energías renovables más de 1.800 millones de euros en todo el mundo. Nuestra capacidad instalada se ha aumentado en Australia y hemos llegado a nuevos países como Estados Unidos con la compra de Hamel Renewables, nuestra primera inversión en este mercado con importantes proyectos en producción solar y almacenamiento.
Seamos hoy la respuesta del mañana afrontando grandes retos como la descarbonización.
Por ello, ya hemos empezado a inyectar en nuestra red de distribución gas renovable, que tiene emisiones neutras de CO2. Y en el futuro también trabajaremos con hidrógeno.
Con nuestro plan de sostenibilidad, en el que ha estado implicada toda la compañía, contribuimos al cumplimiento del plan estratégico.
Seamos hoy la respuesta del mañana, escuchando.
Comprometiéndonos.
Pero sobre todo, actuando.
So it's noon, and welcome again to ESG Spain 2021 Corporate Sustainability Forum. It is a business encounter organized by Foretica, leader in ESG, everything related to ESG and corporations, challenges and opportunities alike. This new edition is taking place in Atlas Media in San Sebastián de los Reyes, and we are going to analyze environmental, social, and governance matters for Spanish corporations. But let me first introduce Jaime Silos, head of BD at Forética and leader of the Transparency Cluster. He's going to share his vision on ESG. Thank you very much for joining us today. Before I give you the floor, let me say that we have Diane Holdoff with us today. She's the managing director of the Sustainable Council of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development.
The World Business Council for Sustainable Development has recently launched an update to its Vision 2050 strategy, providing businesses with a framework for action. In order to help maximize the impact of this initiative, Foretica is working on transferring Vision 2050 into the Spanish business context. Could you explain us the pathways identified under this initiative and how can businesses help make the Vision 2050 a reality?
Hello, absolutely. Vision 2050 is all around positioning business to be prepared to thrive in a world where 9 billion people are able to live well within planetary boundaries. And this is by 2050, but this means we have a tremendous amount of work to do in the coming decade as well. We know that there are very big, real challenges that businesses are faced with that are affecting their strategy as well as their operations, but also present significant opportunity. We need to help all of our businesses be prepared to address the challenges of climate change, to take positive action on restoring and regenerating nature, and to address what is a real crisis around growing inequality, which was just widely affected even further by the COVID pandemic. The other shift that we're beginning to see is that financial markets are looking at, primarily as a result of COVID, but also other types of financial performance, on how companies are preparing and responding to the climate crisis, nature loss, and growing inequality. So what we're seeing is, through Vision 2050, creating these pathways where business leads with its innovation and solutions to help find the transformations that will take climate action, that will take action to regenerate nature, net zero, nature positive work that keeps people at the center and addresses equality opportunities across value chains, helps companies also reposition their risk profiles as well as their business opportunities, and is giving the valuation of their companies greater space. So we're really seeing huge benefits. Our members have responded extremely well to these four big imperatives: climate, nature, equity, and how value gets defined.
Thank you, Diane. Let's dip into one of these pathways identified by the World Business Council, food systems. Can you share with us some highlights about the importance of food systems in delivering Vision 2050? And can you name a few examples on how the World Business Council members and partners are addressing this challenge?
Absolutely. You know, all of businesses fall into these big economic sectors, and we've looked across 9 big economic sectors through the Vision 2050 report. As you say, the food system is one of these big systems that requires transformation. So we've been working really since 2017 to help to understand what are the transformations needed to place food systems as solutions at the center of this climate, nature, and equity nexus, and to create financial opportunities for the companies that are involved. We've taken steps around how to scale positive agriculture, because agriculture, farmer resilience, solid supply chains, these are all critical to ensuring net zero, nature positive food systems. We've also started working on what it means to address the healthy outcomes for people, which is also part of living well. So what it means to have positive nutrition and positive consumption, increasing the plant-forward nature of diets, looking at sustainably grown and produced proteins, always keeping farmers at the center, but looking at the nutritional values of the foods that are coming forward in company portfolios as well. And then, of course, what that equitable value is that is shared across these value chains, how we're helping strengthen human rights practices, and looking at what does it mean to start thinking about global living incomes across food systems for all workers and producers. So these are very tangible projects that are underway, collective action between multiple companies with partners and stakeholders. Many of these projects around the true value of food, what it means to really place value into soils for farmers and the practices that they're doing, and healthy and sustainable dietary product benefits, were things that featured, for example, in the recent UN Food Systems Summit, where we were able to help inform policymaker decisions, national pathway considerations, with business innovation and solutions for what it can take to create these transformations. So a lot of work is underway, a lot of space to continue. These themes will move forward, influencing both consumers as well as governments on what business can do to help lead in these transformations and create the vision for what we know we need in the future.
Thank you, Diane. It's been a pleasure having you with us today. Gracias por trasladarnos un breve resumen de la visión.
Well, thank you very much for that brief summary of the 2050 vision of the World Business Council. And we're going to talk about the first ESG levers, environmental levers, and what can we do in the face of the climate emergency. We have Ismail Aznar from the Ministry for the Energy Transition, General Manager of Quality and Environmental Evaluation, and then we have Nuria from Naturgy, and Elio Estevez, Sustainability Manager of PG Spain and Portugal. So let me start with Jaime Silosa. From Foretica's point of view, what are the main environmental challenges that companies are facing? Well, the big headlines from an environmental point of view is nature to the rescue. Nature is so much more than a source of beauty in terms of landscape. It's a source of health, well-being, and economic wealth. The World Economic Forum says that over 50% of the global GDP depends moderately or highly from natural resources that, as we know, are taking a step back because of environmental degradation. This justifies the business case of companies. And what are the actions that we can take going forward? First, climate action. We can move from ambition to action. Over the last few years, governments, companies, investors have committed and been very ambitious, but we see that is not enough. We see that the commitments that will come to be in Glasgow take us to 2.4, 2.9 degrees Celsius, way above the targets. And in corporations, we see that only 3 out of 100 companies are cutting emissions at the right speed. Therefore, we're going to see how climate policy focuses and speeds up going forward. The second axis is the shared economy. It's a great opportunity to reduce emissions drastically while we protect the natural capital. And the best thing is that this can be self-funded. According to McKinsey, only in Europe, the economic opportunity linked to the shared economy is 1.8 billion euros. That is the trillion euros. That's the GDP of Italy, for example. And the third axis are cities. Cities are our natural ecosystem. 2/3 of the world's population live in cities. We issue 70% of the emissions, and this is the point of the ecosystem where the highest number of positive actions can take place. I'm talking about sustainable mobility, air quality, life quality. That's going to be at the core of corporate actions going forward. Thank you very much, Jaime, for that brief introduction to put us against a nice backdrop. Now, I would like to ask to Ismail, General Manager of Quality and Environmental Evaluation. There are different bills in Parliament regarding climate and the environment. What progress can we expect over the next few months, and how can companies support this transition? Well, we must take into account the economic conditions that are driving us towards the shared economy. We see this in mass media every day. There is a scarcity of certain resources and raw materials. We see that the production of cars is coming to a halt because of the lack of chips, for example. And there are many economies doing the same at the same time. And we're trying to have access to certain raw materials, and we're putting pressure on resources in a way that is not sustainable. Now, in this context of scarcity for certain raw materials, it would be really irresponsible to throw your phone to the trash, because the battery of your phone has key elements for economic development going forward. So the shared economy is going to be, driven by these circumstances linked to decarbonization. It is absolutely key to decarbonize in two ways. It tackles the CO2 emissions linked to waste, and it also introduces greater efficiency in the industrial activity, and it creates less emissions as we create or produce goods and services. The governments and the administrations, as you mentioned, was targeting different initiatives before the summer. The action plan of the shared economy plan with specific measures for the next 3 years from 21 to 23. And there are different rules with a backbone of waste. There is a bill in Congress right now that will be the framework for waste management from a shared economy point of view. They're going to set the grounds so that raw material can be reclaimed and reintroduced in the economic cycle. And that, of course, will regulate the flow of different products and waste. For example, the packaging was on the press yesterday. This is in Congress now and probably will be passed in early 2022. And then the Transformation and Resilience Plan. We're mobilizing resources to encourage shared economy processes in waste management and introducing the shared economy in the production processes in the industry, really. And next year we will be launching a call of some 160 million euros to drive forward the shared economy in companies in terms of design, recyclability, the introduction of recycled materials in the production, and so on. What are the keys for companies to end this plastic economy? Well, plastic really is a hot topic today, and I would like to highlight there's a difference between plastic and plastic waste. Plastic is very versatile and very useful, and that's why it's so widespread. It's light and it's resistant, and it offers guarantees in terms of food safety, but it brings a lot of problems. Marine waste, for example, most articles that we find, most items we find in the sea are plastic waste, and they come from one single-use plastic packaging for the most part. So what can we do? We can tackle the generation of one single-use plastic packaging. The EU has a directive that we are transposing through this waste management and contaminated soil project I mentioned, and we're adopting different measures. We're forbidding certain one single-use plastics, such as silverware, for example, plasticware, and the reduction of other plastics. In the Royal Decree, there is for example, a responsible use system for cups, plastic cups, for example, in an attempt to manage this waste better. Or let's say there's a specific tax on plastic containers to so that we won't put an incentive on over-packaging. And that is something that, like I said, this Royal Decree is going to tackle. And it doesn't tax recycled plastic, so it's a way to encourage the use of recycled plastic. These are different measures, tools we're putting in place to drive forward this new plastic economy. And then what should companies do? Well, if you look at the measures and you try to look at this from further away, companies need to tackle the same. Avoid overpackaging, design more recyclable materials, stop using certain additives that make recycling plastic harder, use more recycled materials. They need to create the circular economy themselves, and we need to promote reusing packaging. The one single-use packaging creates a lot of waste, and we really need to change the culture, encourage reusing plastic. That's another line we're working on. So eco-designs, reuse, recycling, products designed appropriately suitable for recycling and recycled as well. That's a lot of raising awareness, right? Because throughout our lifetimes, we've been used to these things, plasticware and Q-tips and all that, but we need to continue working on that, of course. Nuria Rodriguez, as I mentioned earlier, environmental and social responsibility manager at Naturgy. Naturgy announced a strategic plan for the next 5 years. What's the role of climate change in this new plan, and what actions are you considering to fight it? Thank you, Esther. Climate change is at the backbone of our strategy, not only in this plan we announced in June, but it was also key for our 2018-2020 plan. Through this period, we've reduced the direct emissions of CO2 by 30%, and total emissions of Naturgy around the world have reduced by 16% from 2018 to 2020. So our commitment with this track record we started to fight climate change in 2018 is key. And in the 2020 to 25 strategic plan, we're only going to go further with our strategy. We want to become carbon neutral as soon as possible. 2050 is the time horizon we have in mind. But of course, in order to get there, lots of things need to come into place. And our goal is to reduce our total emissions by 24% before 2025. So the goal is clear, the path is clear. Renewable energies are key, no doubt. We've announced an investment plan of over 8.7 billion in renewable energies, and it's pretty clear to us what we want to do. So how do we tackle climate change? We think about 5 axes. First, we reduce our carbon footprint, CO2 emissions, show what's the impact of climate change, but at the same time, we cannot forget about the shared economy and renewable gas, how we can use renewable energy ways to produce renewable gas that's carbon neutral. And then, of course, energy efficiency. We need to drive it forward because we want to get to our goals, and we can't forget to mention sustainable mobility and protecting biodiversity. It is absolutely key. Protecting ecosystems is absolutely key to have positive impact on nature through our activities. And finally, strict, thorough governance, making sure we're measuring impact correctly, making sure we're taking measures to get to this very ambitious goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. That is absolutely key. Now, the decarbonized economy is absolutely key to fight climate change now. we are witnessing electricity price hikes constantly. We're going to get to over 200 euros per megawatt for the price of energy right now. What can you say? Well, the challenge we're facing collectively as humankind is huge. We're shifting away from a carbonized production system that creates emissions to a decarbonized production model. In this transformation, in this radical change that we need to accomplish across all industries, energy clearly is the paramount in this transition. As an element of the transformation, well, it's very complicated. You cannot change technology, you cannot change habits easily, you cannot change production models easily. However, it is clear that we need to plan where we want to get, and we need to get to ambitious goals that are realistic nonetheless. So as part of this energy transition, we want to lead, and we want to get to a decarbonized energy model, and we want to make sure that the energy transition is fair. Of course, there will be unbalances along the way. There is a clear example these days, and these unbalances need to be corrected so that the energy transition really is fair. Otherwise, it will be something really hard to accomplish. One example of the fair transition would be, for example, how over the last 3 years we've shut down all carbon produced or electricity plants produced with carbon, and together with the energy transition and demographic challenge, department and government, we worked on different actions to mitigate the impact of closing these economic activities in their local communities. And we've defined activities that could favor the ecosystem so that we could create green employment, renewable energies, protect ecosystems, and so on. The price of electricity is another example. A few weeks ago, our chairman announced, as we witnessed yet another price hike, that we were going to launch a rate for clients where there would be a fixed pool price, 60 euros or something like that, far from the current prices, and clients would enjoy that for the next 24 months. That's a clear example of how we are committed to a fair transition. And there is a whole package of measures we've proposed to the ministry so that we can all come out of this highly complex situation successfully. Now, there's something clear in our minds, and we've seen this with many examples. Blaming us or them or whoever is good for nothing. This is a really complex problem that we have, and if the public administration and private sector work together, we can achieve a fair and green transition. The leader of sustainability BNG Spain and Portugal, Mr. Estevez, you are promoting rural areas as drivers of the economy and sustainable development. Why? Well, right now we consider that rural areas have a lot of potential in the economic transition, ecological transition. These rural environments can be prosperous, resilient, and stronger. How can we do this, and why? Well, the main reason is that in rural areas, that's where you have swamps and forests which capture the most carbon. That's also where you have farming and cattle, and we need to make that more ecologic. And then the big renewable parks are also created in rural areas, not in cities. For all these reasons, we are choosing projects that have both sides. First, the positive environmental impact, but also projects that create environmental value. And fighting against the desertification of rural areas is key. What social value are you going to create for rural areas? Well, there are different projects. For example, Partner an Olive Tree. This NGO has a brilliant idea. We've decided to support them. They're located in Teruel, in Eliete. A few generations back, people would leave town in search for a better life outlook. The olive trees were left behind, and a way for us to mitigate carbon emissions in Spain and Portugal precisely is to look for options and sustainable innovation to do this. And one of the ideas that we came across was to reclaim these centenary olive oils to make sure that CO2 is maintained within their biomass and not freed into the environment. And plus, each tree can produce the oxygen a human being needs for 4 days. So that's a very innovative way, which also supports the rural sustainable development of the region. And you're creating employment and encouraging tourism. Each of our employees is connecting with one of these trees. They want to go to Teruel, visit it, and engage their families into this corporate project with an environmental goal, but also a social goal. There's another project with another environmental company, Reforest Action. When there have been fires in Castilla y León, let's say Soria, Valladolid, Burgos, and León, we are replanting trees through campaigns with our own consumers to make the rural economy more dynamic. And the third project we are working on is building energy wind farms in Valladolid and Albacete to make the economy there more dynamic. And of course, we're going to support 100% renewable energies. We're going to be the energy hub of Europe. Spain is going to produce 40% of the energy that all of our production centers use in Europe. And this is thanks to, the geography of Spain. We're going to support PNG like this. Well, all of those projects are passionate, and you bring together different catalysts. The outcome is beautiful. So thank you very much to the manager of PNG, Ismael Aznar from the Ecological Transition Ministry, and Nuria from Naturgy. So let's move on and talk about social impact. Today we're going to analyze the social lever within corporate strategies. And we have today the World Benchmarking Alliance and the corporate experience of Accenture, Grupo Mutual Manpower Group. Jaime Silos from Foretica is going to give us an outlook. How can we maximize social impact within corporations? Well, we can talk about closing the gap or breaching gaps. We've seen that some gaps have widened and others have created social polarization unprecedented in democratic history within Spain and without. This is a great opportunity for corporations to lead in the solution to the problem. There are three key lines of action. The first one has to do with the inclusion and diversity agendas. There are increasingly more companies that have been joining the ranks of diversity, and they talk about their role in companies and the economy in society. We're talking about gender, but not only that. We mentioned earlier the demographic profile, what happens with the youth and the elders in the job market. We talk about the rural Spain. We talk about diversity in all of its colors and ways. And of course, society needs to reinstate its commitment and provide a solution. Now, there is another angle to this. Human rights. This might seem far removed, but the likelihood of you or I directly benefiting from exploitation of human rights and unaware of that, of course, is really high. 80% of supply chains operates outside of the OCDE, and 2 out of 3 jobs are informal. This is a moral challenge, but also an operational and regulatory challenge, and we see how regulators, Europe included, will expand scrutiny to 86% up to 86% of companies over the next 2-3 years. And then the future of work. We've lived a digital tsunami, and that's brought many advantages, but also some disadvantages. And one of those is the obsolescence of certain professional profiles. There are hundreds of jobs jeopardized over the next 10 years because of digitalization. With the Jobs 2030 platform at Foretica, we have drafted the principles for a human-centered transition that is orderly and fair. And I'm sure the pandemic has a lot to do with the accelerated digital transformation we've experienced over the last few years, because we just had to communicate over screens. We just mentioned this a few minutes ago. Some of you are used to being on the screen. That's a really important point. So we're moving to Amsterdam now. We have Gerbrand, the executive manager of the World Bank.
Hi, good to be with you.
This international organization focuses on the publication of different benchmarks and rankings on sustainable development from the business angle. Firstly, we would like to analyze with you a very current and relevant topic this year. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the United Nations Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights. In this sense, the World Benchmarking Alliance publishes its Corporate Human Rights Benchmark, which measures the human rights performance of 230 230 companies globally. Can you please explain us the main highlights of this report?
Thank you so much for having me, and thanks for the introduction to this work. So I think one of the key things when we talk about social inclusion is that we underscore that human rights is the fundamental pillar behind that. And this is why we have created the Corporate Human Rights Benchmark. And what we can, I think there are sort of two stories to tell from this benchmark. On the one hand, we can see that there's a lot of companies that are improving. If we compare the results of 3-4 years ago to where they are today, then we see that 75% of companies are improving on the basics of human rights, particularly within their supply chain. But we also have to acknowledge that despite the pressure that there is from investors and from regulators, that we still find about 95 companies that do not have human rights due diligence in place. And so this is one of those starting points for a company. So that shows us that there is still a long way to go, and that there's probably also a need for regulators to step in, which we're now seeing in the European Union, and probably other jurisdictions around the world will follow. So that we have these basic pillars in place when we talk about social inclusion from a corporate perspective. It also motivated us as the World Benchmarking Alliance to make sure that human rights is not just assessed in isolation, but that we are going to continue doing this across all the transformations that are now taking place in our world. So I think in the panel before me, there was a talk about the fair transition in terms of energy. So this means that energy companies that are going through this transition will also have to manage human rights and wider societal impacts to make sure that this transition is just and fair. So this is the reason why we are going to expand this, why we're going to integrate human rights indicators that are coming from the UNGPs and assess 2,000 companies on human rights going forward, so that we make sure that social inclusion becomes the bedrock of all the transformations. The energy one in the transformation of our food system, transformation of our digital system, and of course the transformation of our financial system.
Let's dip into another important topic in this context, gender inequality around the world. Now more than ever, there is a need to close the global gender gap. Companies are determined to do so across their value chains to contribute to gender equality and women's empowerment. Can you name us the main key findings on how companies are taking transformative action to face this challenge?
Thank you. So we have looked specifically at the apparel industry. It's an industry that employs probably about 60 million people across the world, mostly women. And we looked at how are those companies dealing with gender equality. And again, here we can look at two things. We can look at the internal of companies, and we can see that much more women are advancing to leadership positions in companies, and this is great, but it's still a journey to continue. But where it really gets problematic is outside of the companies, so in the supply chains of companies. This is where the women are basically invisible, and we need to make a big effort to make the invisible visible. And companies can do a great deal in doing that, because they can start to generate gender disaggregated data, so that they actually start to collect data on women and their well-being within their supply chains. Because that will allow companies themselves, as well as the partners that they work with, to be much more effective in improving the lives of these women, and therefore the lives of their families. As I said, we look specifically at apparel companies, and the conclusion we draw is pretty bleak. These companies are fast on fashion, but they are slow on gender equality. And this really needs to change, because this is impacting the lives of millions and millions of women and their families. But where we do see the real good examples is the companies that take their supply chain serious, that work with partners on health and safety, on fighting sexual violence, on making sure maternity leave is available. So it's really those companies that step out of their own offices and look at women in their supply chain and start to collect data on them, and then start to put in the programs in place. Those are really the companies that we see leading in the space of gender, which is particularly needed in a time of COVID, when so many low-skilled women lost their jobs across the world.
Okay, thank you very much, Gebran Habekamp, Executive Director to the World Benchmarking Alliance. Good morning.
Thank you. Glad to have you.
So once again, thank you very much for joining us here at ESG Spain. In order to talk about this outlook, we have the General Manager of the Accenture Foundation and Head of Accenture Responsible Business in EMEA, Lorenzo Kuchling, the Head of the Mutua Madrileña Foundation, and Montse Moliner, Head of the Foretica Foundation Manpower Group. Welcome to the three of you. Ana, what's the role of sustainability in Accenture and taking care of people in society?
Taking this in the broader sense, in sustainable development, we take care of the people, our society, our surrounding, but we also support technological development and an economic development that is capable of reconciling the other three things. Also, from Accenture, we try to make this specific in three dimensions. First of all, working with our customers. That is where we can help them transform their business models towards more sustainable models. Energy transition, circular economy, we've been talking all morning long about this. Also, sustainable technology, transformation of sustainable talent, all of that, so that they can become more sustainable business models. But also, in everything we do with our clients, we embed responsibility. So, zero tolerance to corruption. We take care about the use of emerging technologies, and also we take care of the employment in those transformations that take place. The second dimension, we do it internally with our employees, with our suppliers, and also with the natural surrounding. With our employees, we have 98% of permanent contracts with the over 1,400 people we're in Spain, with a constant training for all of us to adapt our skills to what our customers demand, more than 300,000 training hours. So we're at a crucible of diversity, and we are almost at a parity of 41.3% in terms of parity, and we work on educating today for tomorrow's skills with universities with over 50 vocational training centers to improve their skills in terms of work. Also, from the environmental standpoint, I'd like to emphasize that we committed to net zero emissions for 2025, and for that, We are going to refurbish our buildings. We're going to reduce our own emissions and also our suppliers to support them so that they join us in this adventure. And also we have recently announced that we are going to eliminate 13 million tons of CO2 from the atmosphere, investing in beautiful projects of nature-based solutions where we are going to encourage diversity, biodiversity, and employability. Third dimension, society. We've been 18 years from Accenture Foundation channeling this in social entities in the last decade, trying to improve employability, 80,000 free training hours in the last years focused on employability. So we are proud to be able to say that with the tech solutions we've built, we've been able to be part of the training and to train over 600,000 people hand in hand with the companies we work with. And well, we launched our initiative, Fundaula.es, open to anyone. They can access digital knowledge, even personal skills, technical competences that can help them switch to tech careers that are so much demanded now. And all of this we do joining two things together, the talent of our professionals and the power of technology. And with this, we believe that we'll be able to meet the promise of transforming this world to make it more sustainable. Oh, I wish this is how it is. Today we have Alonso Culo, which is the general manager, Lorenzo Kuklin from Muchas Madrileñas and social corporate responsibility. And in your case, Lorenzo, you have a great social action in supporting vulnerable groups and zero tolerance to abuse. So what led us to get involved so passionately in this cause? Well, it's not the first time that someone asked me why a company gets inside this dynamics of trying to fight certain social problems, such as fighting the gender violence or bullying, with which we're very much involved, and also support medical investigation in Spain, in a selfless way, and we are not a pharmaceutical company, so we are seeing this all throughout the day, the three dimensions of sustainability, environment, social and governance. So do things the right way from the business standpoint, socially speaking. As Anna was saying, it's very important to take care of the people that work with you, that collaborate with the company, to contribute to their development, not just the professional development, but also the personal one, or the families, which is very important too. But the other dimension is to work for social improvement. And we understand that, well, in order to do that, we not only need to, what most companies understand, is generating employment, wealth, and pay taxes. No, we want to go one step further. We think we have to contribute to social improvement by supporting vulnerable groups, and well, this group maybe for social reasons, economic or health reasons, but I think that the most vulnerable are the ones that need greater support, and in this case we fight against gender violence. We've been fighting for over a decade, has multiple dimensions. We try to raise social awareness and also to help the women victims of gender-based violence. Not just for the women to report that, but they need to be supported by everyone else. Know that all the layers of the society, whether it be the family members, friends, colleagues from work, they have to be involved in fighting this horrible thing. And we don't stop there. We have in our work an exceptional ally, and that is Antena 3, the news, without whom we wouldn't be able to get as far as we have and as far as we want to go. And also, we have some helping programs of funding, foster homes, and encouraging employability and empowerment programs for victims, women victims, and helping their children with different help programs, and also with volunteering work, which essentially is carried out by women employees from Mutua Madrileña that are collaborating in these projects to give them training. And a few years ago, we started with the Mutua School, with which we train the victims of gender-based violence. And after, undergoing through this program, they become part of the staff of Mutua Madrileña company, which is a very ambitious program, I think demanding for all of us, but its success will encourage us to continue doing it for the next years. And what place do you think is the alliances in social commitment with your group, Mutua Madrileña? Well, I think they have the same goal or commitment than any company when setting up alliances. You have this African saying that says, if you want to go quickly, go by yourself, but if you want to get further, go with someone else. So we couldn't aspire to the programs and the projects of awareness and social awareness and fighting gender-based violence without Antena 3 News, right? A few years ago, the problem of the gender-based violence was only on the newspapers or the media when a woman was murdered. But there's another problem here, and there's an underlying violence there. There are psychological problems. They need to receive support and help. And all of this is thanks to Antena 3 and what we are working with. And not just Antena 3, of course, the fight against gender-based violence. We're working also for a few years in fighting bullying together with Fundación ANAR, Disney. So we've tried to find the allies that can help us more to reach the strategic goals that we want to meet. And we're talking the long term, right? This is a long way to go. And I think that is the importance of sustainability and social commitment. I mean, these things can't expire when things get tough, no? When a crisis comes. I mean, social impact is something you achieve with a firm commitment, sustainable in time. That's the way of generating a real impact and changing things and improving them. A little by little, but non-stop process. I want to ask Montse Molinero, she's the president of the board of directors of Forética. Good morning again. One of the pillars of Forética is a reflection of the future of the work, and with the Jobs 2030, Forética works with important partners such as Manpower Group in an important reflection on how to generate a future of the employment that is more sustainable and ethical. How would you resume this future of employment, and what are the main challenges in Spain? Well, yes, we have great challenges ahead of us in Spain, and we have to take quick action, as I've heard this morning, right? So I'm going to try to enhance what we're doing in George 2030 is an initiative that intends to delve deep on this employment map of how the future employment will be, and to raise awareness in terms of the initiatives that are being carried out from the different companies and organizations that are part of this project. This project is about the future. We collaborate with institutions and internationally with the World Business Council and ECSR Europe, and nationally with the Minister of Social Economy and Employment, and more locally with the collaboration with different different governments from the different autonomous communities, with Galicia, Castilla y León, Madrid, and Navarra and Murcia, in addition to well, a big number of companies that are encouraging this initiative. So the levers of this initiative is the technological transformation focused on people, the diversity, inclusion, equality, and to encourage and support talent, skills, and the know-how. And all of this is done through alliances with a joint work and, well, looking towards the future, which is already something immediate. From Manpower Group, we've been over 25 years, well, way more than 25 years, analyzing and talking about the future trends of employment. So it is something we have been saying for a long time, that there was a deep transformation due to the different changes, not just from an economic and job standpoint, but the pandemic transformed it or accelerated this process. So we can see that we have great paradoxes. On the one hand, in Spain, we have an unemployment rate that is very high, 15%, but if we go to the young, we are at a rate of over 40%, and on the other hand, the companies and the entrepreneurs say that 6 out of 10 said they can't find the right people with the right skills for right now, to cover the needs they have for the success of their companies. On the other hand, we are one of the countries with the lower rate of average training. This is below 20% of the young people bet on on other kinds of training when we have an aging population, and we know that in 2030 over 50% of professionals will be over 45 years old with high-skilled jobs, and we will need many more professionals to give way to the new job positions generated by the companies. And so we have this crazy situation and this landscape that we face. So how do we see the future of employment? I will believe will be way more qualified and skilled, way more technological, with shorter cycles and deeper cycles, where the off skills and the human element will contribute this differential value. So the big challenge is to reduce this gap, this talent, imbalance, by firmly supporting this vocational training process tightly between this public-private alliance and helping this green, sustainable employment way that is way more ethical. So we believe that the key will be in education and training to get to this transformation and the future of employment that we need. How interesting! Employment, as many other elements in life, and the COVID crisis entailed an important obstacle, right? In the sense of how are you addressing this transformation, focusing especially on green jobs? When we talk about green jobs, our mind wanders to this more ecological side and energy side, and we have to clarify also in the resilience and recovery plan. It's clear that this green employment that is social, sustainable, inclusive, etc., is way larger than we think. If we want to transform economy, we want to carry out a social transformation that is sustainable, and thinking about everything else. We're talking not just about the renewables and the energy industry, but in many others, such as the building companies and the generating new job positions that will need a transformation of the professionals that is very clear and very demanding, and is something way more cross-sectional. If we read the World Economic Forum report, in the next years, we have to support this trend of taking care of the environment and nature, and thus generating 395 million job positions and over $10 trillion in commercial opportunities for 2050. So, in order to work for all of this, it means to support the transformation in terms of skills and empowerment of maybe, we're talking about 18 million people that we need to recycle in different spheres to be able to fill these job positions and these new niches that are being created in this new economy. So to talk about green jobs is to talk about transformation and upskilling or reskilling of people. And what do we see as in projects as we were talking, Jobs 2030, by supporting the upskilling and reskilling of millions of people. And it's something we do from different spheres with different solutions and collaborating. I mean, we have our academies, the Manpower Academy, Experience Academy, where we are working to be ahead of the needs of our clients and generating the talent from our bureau, Next Gen collaboration with collaborative projects, collaborating with ministries to try and change and support this differential training process, and also working on, not leaving anyone behind or outside of these quick changes that are taking place. I'm thinking of the young people, the new generations, and also we have work intensely on working on helping everyone in this transformation in order to achieve the successes and the needs of the companies, but especially to reduce the social gap that in this recovery may be taking place or we are already seeing. Yes, very important job. I agree. Thank you, Ante. After the experience of Accenture, Grupo Mutua and Manpower Group, I'd like to share with you the vision of the third sector, a key vision for understanding the importance of tackling the decisive social challenges that lie ahead of us. And to do so, I invite you to listen to the reflection that Marta Marañón from Ayuda en Acción will do. She's a member of Foretica's board of directors for third sector organizations. So, Marta, the floor is yours. Thank you, Esther. Good morning to you all. As a representative of the social and environmental entities and non-profits that belong to Foretica, I'd like to send an important message, which is about raising awareness for the collaboration we may carry out with the private and public sector from civil society. I think that we are all working together for the 2030 agenda to make those SDGs become real, not just tomorrow, but right now. From this moment, I'd like to emphasize that we have to work from now. It's not just a climate emergency regarding what is sustainable from the environmental standpoint. That emergency makes us underline the urgency of collaboration. Together, we will create a better impact. And also from the social standpoint, COVID-19 has brought an aftermath that is not just economic, the consequence that in Spain, unfortunately, we have started to recover from, but also social one. The social aftermath will be way more pressing and will take more time to recover from. And for that, it's essential not to leave anyone behind, which is the motto of the United Nations always. And together, we have to work so that the people and the planet are more resilient. I represent these social and environmental companies from the board of directors, as I was saying before, and we are approximately less than 10% of the Foretica members. Not everyone knows that in Foretica we have social non-profits or NGOs, that we are incorporated as an association, as foundations. We are not some of the cooperation sector, other from the environmental one, also social organizations, and we work both inside and outside of Spain. And our mission is contribute to the goals of Foretica, which is to promote good governance, transparency, and all about social sustainability with the three branches. That would be social sustainability, economic sustainability, and environment, sustainability. In the Foretica framework, we have 3 ways to collaborate together. One would be, well, we create documents, such as the one we issued last year because of the COVID-19, which is the future of sustainability, which is our view. We try to, well, for people to see how collaboration and encouraging this 17th goal, which is about alliances. This is crucial for civil society, private and public sector, which is the message I was mentioning before. Also, we organize every year what we talk the Allies Forum, well, for the 2030 agenda, where we share good practices and success cases, of course, lessons learned, and the collaboration between the private and public companies and civil society are companies of which we are members, and as I told you, we are 20 members. And thirdly, we have always with Foretica, well, this interesting week that Foretica calls Give and Gain, and this is done at the beginning of December usually, where Foretica, well, calls its members to collaborate with non-profits. It's a very specific collaboration. Traditionally, what we used to do is to encourage corporate volunteerism. But because of COVID, it's being very difficult to do this physically, so we had to transform and encourage more the digital voluntary work. But we are also working from the last edition to collaborate just by forging these alliances and collaborations with non-profits. So these will be our three ways of collaborating. And from, well, as a spokesperson from Foretica, I wanted to raise awareness of the collaboration of environmental and social companies. Thank you, Marta Marañón, General Manager of Ayuda en Acción, Deputy Director. And now time to address the third and final aspect of the ESG strategies, focusing on good governance and transparency. And for this, I want to ask Jaime Sailes, as the Director of the Transparency, Good Governance and Integrity Cluster, to summarize the main things that companies are addressing in terms of governance. Well, thank you, Esther. I think that here the headline would be in governance that we are entering the age of ESG custody, that governance Germán was talking about. If you take a look at the last years, the companies, well, have been maturing, encouraging the sustainability, well, the reporting system, etc. And there's a time where we will go from defense to attack, from a defensive model, so to say, where the mobile of sustainability had to do with preserving value, reputation, and now we're going to attack, so that sustainability becomes the future, the main strategic pillar of the company. So the markets are talking about this. We've been 14 years with a better performance of sustainable assets compared to the traditional one, not just in terms of profitability, but also through a lower risk. And specifically, how do we take the step from defense to attack? I think we have 3 main ingredients. The first one is leadership, in the strict sense of the word, the CEO, the board of directors, by having a personal involvement in the transition agenda. And here we have a good example in Spain with these board of directors for sustainable development, with over 30 CEOs have set 5 very ambitious goals for the next decade. But not just in terms of leadership, not just leadership is enough to transform organizations. One of the essential elements are skills. And you can't imagine how busy we've been this year in Foretica by training and upskilling and reskilling board of directors and committees to understand better the future and the strategic impact. And the third ingredient, and pillar, which is essential, and also in terms of alliances, the supply change, the value change. If we go in terms of environment, well, a company for each ton of CO2 they issue, they induce 4 more in their value chain. So we can do many things with that tons. We do nothing with those other 4. We won't meet the goals. And this happens environmentally, but also socially and in terms of good governance. So that AAA, that ambition, action and alliances, specifically in the chain value, will be essential to understand the future of sustainability. How interesting. Thank you, Jaime. We're going to broaden this vision, and we have a benchmark here from London. We have with us today Jonathan, Labour Chief Policy Officer.
Good morning, Jonathan. Thank you for being with us.
Hello. Thank you.
The Value Reporting Foundation is the merger of the Sustainable Accounting Standards Board and the International Integrated Reporting Council. Transparency Cluster, led by Foretica with 55 companies, is detecting how businesses and investors ask for more clarity and more simplicity in the corporate reporting. And your merger is a direct response to this call. The Foundation's goal is to help businesses and investors develop a shared understanding and a common language to talk about enterprise value and to end the perception of competition between organizations and the framework providers. Can you give us some insights on how the current situation is affecting companies around the world?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to contribute today. I think how I'd start this conversation is by saying that really the nature of risk and the nature of value has changed, and it's changed permanently. And the Value Reporting Foundation is really a response to that change. The issues that are relevant to enterprise value and the risks to the business model have traditionally been viewed as financial only. And we've accounted for these financial transactions through measurements of historic performance, what we call the rear view mirror. So we've been looking really at past financial performance. And yet today, most of the risks faced by business are multifaceted. They come in different forms. And as the World Economic Forum has said, they are simultaneous and interconnected. And we therefore need new systems, new processes, and new standards to be able to make sense of this world. Because they're also not just backward looking, but they're forward looking as well. So we need companies to be able to provide insight into how the business model will change over into the future. And so traditional tools are just not fit for purpose. We're really dealing with tools that were made for an analog age, and we're now in a digital age, if you want to look at it through that prism. So from a Value Reporting Foundation perspective, the organization that I work for, this isn't just about understanding the universe of business impacts on society and the environment, the scope of which is really, really significant. It's about understanding the interface between society and our capital markets, filtering that broad universe of information so that businesses and investors can take action today, and so that business models can evolve, and that the innovation and intellectual capital that is at the heart of nearly every business can be harnessed to bring about the economic change that's on a scale that meets society's expectations. So this cannot be achieved without business and investor support to ensure that capital in our financial markets is allocated more efficiently and productively, and our framework and standards are directed to provide information for capital markets to enable that efficient and effective capital flow. And that's why we're focused on enterprise value, because the gap between book value and market value has been diverging, and we need, from a corporate governance and reporting perspective, to account for that gap. And so we've been through a period of innovation in corporate reporting over the last 10 or 20 years. And this most recent period has been marked by numerous initiatives, frameworks and standards organizations, and SASB standards and the integrated reporting framework are only two of those innovations. We've seen TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, the World Economic Forum's Stakeholder Capitalism Metrics, CDSB, and others. And so this is now leading to a period of simplification and convergence. So simplification and convergence is now the era we're entering in from a kind of corporate reporting landscape perspective. And here we see the work of the IFRS Foundation, currently responsible for the IASB, the financial reporting standards. They're undertaking an evaluation at the moment to establish an international sustainability standards board, which could set the global baseline of sustainability standards in the world relevant to enterprise value in the world. And so we see this work as absolutely critical. Now, this is important because it's important that it happens on a global basis, because our capital markets are global, our supply chains are global, and the challenges, frankly, that our society and environment face are global, as evidenced through the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. But it's also critical that we use existing frameworks and standards, that we don't reinvent the wheel and create a whole new set of standards that will simply complicate the situation and slow down the current momentum for the adoption of these principles and standards. And it's also important that we take a building blocks approach, because while a global set of baseline standards is essential to meet market need and investor need, we must also respect regional and jurisdiction level initiatives that are based on policy-led developments, such as the work that's happening in the European Union at the moment. So in conclusion, today, for the first time, we think that that vision of having a globally accepted and comprehensive corporate reporting system is in sight, and it's a system that will make use to the fullest possible extent all the resources and expertise that has been developed over the last few years, so that we move from a situation where these initiatives are seen as competing to ones where we're seeing these initiatives now as about collaboration, innovating, and simplifying the landscape to create a modern global platform that's easy to use from a preparer perspective and makes a meaningful contribution to a more inclusive capitalism model that we think is in the public interest.
Really interesting, Jonathan. There is a new debate about a very recent concept called dynamic materiality. Most investors are currently looking for broader information, since financial materiality now encompasses relevant issues to enterprise value and climate and social risks. In the last couple of years, we are seeing how companies are getting together in this field. How can we shape the near future in this context?
Yes, well, this is really important. And actually, the concept of dynamic materiality seeks to bring into business and investor decision-making today that universe of sustainability issues that will affect an organization's ability to create, maintain, or erode value over the short, medium, and long term. So it's really applying that value creation lens to the concept of sustainability issues. And so it's about putting those issues on the table and asking the question, how do these sustainability issues impact our business model? If we're a company or an organization, how do these sustainability issues impact our business model? How do they affect its resilience? And therefore, it brings into critical focus the issue of corporate governance. And it really poses a challenge to the boards of companies and the leadership teams of companies. How are they using their human capital, their people, and their intellectual capital, the ideas, the innovation in the business, to change their business model, to innovate their products and services, so that the business creates and sustains value into the future rather than destroys or erodes value? When Unilever several years ago set out that map to grow, to double in size over several years, but to do so entirely sustainably, they knew that they had to move into new markets. And some of those markets would be resource constrained from a water perspective or other natural resources. So they knew that they needed to have a strategy for water retention, the reuse of water, the recycling of water. That became built into its strategy. And therefore, it was able to use its innovation to develop products like soap that did not need the use of water. So you bring innovation, so you can grow, but you can grow sustainably. That requires you to think not just of ESG in a silo, but to bring innovation, bring the intellectual capital into that conversation. And we think that's why this concept of value creation, looking at your material issues through that lens, enables you to really build and sustain value into the future. And we're not creating something new here, but we're applying a new set of issues to an existing financial and risk framework. And I think that that's also really important. So really what we're doing is expanding the management dashboard, and that will ensure that we get that link between sustainability and governance and sustainability and performance. And I think in this concept of dynamic materiality, there's a recognition that the material issues faced by businesses today do not remain static over time. They're impacted by changing societal needs and expectations, by a changing regulatory environment. And so to be forced into a static notion of materiality simply is not keeping pace with the reality of contemporary business. And therefore, we have introduced this concept of dynamic materiality to ensure that the relevant sustainability issues get translated properly into language and into processes that are meaningful to business and can connect ESG to innovation, to intellectual capital, the business model, and performance. And so the effect of all of that, and the effect of what we're seeing today, is we're moving to a world where we have a single system of corporate reporting, including a platform now for interconnected standards, not a single standard, but a system of interconnected standards that reflect the distinctive information needs of different stakeholder groups, investors, NGOs, broader stakeholders, and policymakers. Will all have different information needs at different points in the cycle. And thinking about the issues in this way and engaging capital markets properly with the information that they can use to allocate capital more efficiently and productively will close down information gaps, enhance transparency, and support better corporate governance. So it's both the right response for business and the right response by businesses in dealing with the great economic, social, and environmental challenges of our age.
Thank you very much, Jonathan Lavery, for sharing your views with us. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Para complementar esta
And to complement this vision, I'm going to, we are joined to tell you about Job Service Director of Strategy and Sustainability Monitoring, CaixaBank. And I want to ask you the challenges the Spanish businesses face in terms of sustainability and how they can be competitive under this umbrella. Morning. Well, in our opinion, from CaixaBank, the idea we have is that we are going through a disruptive moment in society and economy. And each day, more and more, all of us will incorporate sustainability elements when making our decisions in any subject matter. As clients, as investors, the society in general, they value elements on sustainability that possibly some years ago were not so important in the decision-making times. And well, in light of these situations that are so disruptive, we believe that the companies and organizations, well, we have two new paths or ways to act. We can see this as a threat, and well, to think that the things will come in due time. Things may be confusing, and we can find excuses somehow to wait until all the regulations are set up. We still can wait and give ourselves some time. And secondly, well, to see this as an opportunity at a disruptive time. The companies that make the best choices will obviously come out of these processes better. So, in our opinion, the second path is the right one. We shouldn't wait. The companies should see this as an opportunity, as a way to move forward, and being able of harnessing these opportunities that are generated. We can take a leap forward in terms of social welfare, both from the standpoint of the companies and the society as a whole, where we are.
Well, I was just saying that basically we believe we're living in a time that gives us different elements to leverage and take this leap forward. And I would highlight two. First, the Next Generation EU funds have this approach. They're going to support sustainability, and in fact, some 40% of the funds that will be released through the different plans have this environmental sustainability approach. And secondly, we need to leverage another lever, which is society's demanding this. And if we understand this right and we interpret this right, we can take this leap forward much more softly and in line with what's demanded from us. We believe that if we can transform these challenges into opportunities, we are going to take a step forward in sustainability, and that is going to be great news for everyone. Well, in terms of sustainability, citizens are increasingly aware of this, and that's something companies should leverage, definitely. What would be the role of banks here? Well, we believe they play a key role, as we've discussed today. How is this capital deployed in different projects? So let me just give you a few examples of what we are doing within CaixaBank. Might not necessarily be, well, an example for everyone, but just pick and choose whatever is best for you. So in March, we created a sustainability department within the SteerCo of the bank. And as Jaime mentioned earlier, this is an essential step. If you really want to make progress in sustainability, you need to take sustainability to the top management of a company so that you can have influence there from there on all the decisions on strategies of the bank. And this is a clear sign for the entire organization. Talking about sustainability, but leaving it aside is quite confusing for an organization. And also we believe we need to take commitments. In May, we signed a Net Zero Banking Alliance. We were one of the founding banks together with other important international banks. And with this, we are committed to being carbon neutral by 2050. Not just the bank's business, which is already carbon neutral, but all the activity we finance to our clients in any sector and activity. In order to accomplish this, we need to take on more steps. We need to support our clients in their transition. A bank cannot be carbon neutral if its clients and their activity is not carbon neutral. So we're investing in our systems heavily. This is a change and a transformation that is going to lead to investments to capture information we didn't capture before, information that we need to support our clients and make sure that they can do this transition. And also, very importantly, we are allocating resources to training. Our teams are the liaison with clients, and we can only support this transition if sustainability is embedded into the commercial conversations our bankers have with clients, and they can introduce it and to build it into their conversations. I would say that we play a very important role from that point of view, and that's a huge responsibility.
Pero en ese sentido, tenemos una responsabilidad de que, como se ha dicho también hoy,
we hold responsibility here. We cannot leave anyone behind in this transformation. It is going to be a lot of hard work, but I do believe that going forward it's going to be very successful. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, Severiano. He's the head of strategy and sustainability at CaixaBank. We're coming to the end of the 9th edition of ESG Spain 2021. We've connected with renowned speakers from Chicago, Brussels, Geneva, and Madrid here to shed light about the next steps of sustainability. And I do want you to watch this video. Well, this has been a very interesting edition, and we have a lot of food for thought here. The role of corporations and organizations is absolutely key, and each and every one of us can be part of this transformation and towards better companies and a better and more inclusive and greener society. I would like to thank the close to 2,000 attendants to this edition. We will expect you in our next ESG corporate event in September. Good morning.